In the new Dino ground, how do you tame a velociraptor? Well, first we have to go to a primal zone. The velociraptors here will automatically attack when approached. Having some basic armor and a firearm is a must. Typically, velociraptors rush at you to attack. Although each swipe won't do too much damage on its own, any loss in health is bad for survivability. The risk of getting sandwiched between a velociraptor and another player is high. So, you can try battling with velociraptors in a more roundabout way. Simply put, wait for the velociraptor to commit to an attack, observe the direction it will rush towards, and dodge to the side as soon as you can. Once you've gotten out of the way, open fire to attack. If you're quick on your feet, you can even circle around to attack the velociraptor from behind to deal damage to some rather tender spots. A defeated velociraptor will change from green to brown. And approaching it will give you the option to tame it. This means that you'll be able to ride it now. Although only one player can ride a velociraptor at a time, it has a truly impressive jumping ability. Basic obstacles can be left over with ease, making it really easy for one player to safely traverse the map. It's also the ability that lets velociraptors reach high up platforms. In the fringes of the primal zone, there are crates located on high platforms. Jump up with a velociraptor, which can quickly get you combat ready when running low on supplies. For those who wish to unleash the power of aerial hoops, you can't miss out on this guide. You'll get to soar through the sky on these new pterosaurs. We know that pterosaurs mainly gather in the primal zone. As soon as someone invades the space, they will start attacking the intruder. Dealing with pterosaurs is quite simple. When a pterosaur is in the air, focus fire on it. When it attacks and flies towards you, be sure to dodge to either side. After dodging the pterosaur's throws, it will swoop down and attack you with its claws. Although it may be a fast attack, once we avoid its attack, we can make use of this moment to counterattack. Approach the defeated pterosaur to start taming it. Once tamed, you can ride it as a mount. Control the pterosaur when flying to have a smooth journey regardless of the terrain. When riding the pterosaur in the sky, you have a wider field of view, which is suitable for scouting enemies. If you get ambushed by enemies on the ground, you can easily escape by flying up into the sky. Don't worry if a teammate is with you, as the pterosaur can grab a teammate to fly away together. Woohoo! This skill can also be used on an enemy, but they can also break free and trigger their parachute to avoid taking fall damage. Hence, it can't be used to directly attack enemies. After taming a pterosaur, don't just travel across the map aimlessly. You can search for hovering hoops in the primal zone. Ride a pterosaur to participate in the Hoops Challenge to earn points, which can be used to redeem Dino treasure. Once you have enough supplies, you can fly toward the final play zone without any worries.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 will be available soon. Let's check out the new updates in Classic mode. In this update, we'll be introducing a new full auto mod attachment, which can be used with the M16A4 and MK47. Equip it to get a full auto firing mode. In terms of firearm adjustments, we've also updated the SMG. Now, you retain full movement speed when an SMG is equipped, which allows it to be even more dynamic and flexible in battle. What's more, melee weapons have been unified to just the machete. You're automatically equipped with a machete upon entering a match or respawning. You can also automatically switch to your melee weapon when putting away your firearm. This feature can be enabled or disabled in the settings. Movement speed with a melee weapon will be the same as when unarmed. In the new version, we've made loads of adjustments to vehicle spawns and maps. The monster truck has been added to Erangel, while the UAZ has been added to Sanuk and Miramar. The Murado open top has also been added to Erangel, Sanuk, and Nusa. Furthermore, when driving a Murado open top, you can now use the button to open and close the roof to enjoy the experience of driving a luxury vehicle. Gather your friends and take it out for a spin. You can now purchase the QBZ from supply shops in Livik. At the same time, the AKM has been removed from supply shops. The companion spectating system debuts in the new version. After getting eliminated, you'll enter a spectating mode where you can transform into your companion to spectate your teammates. You can run, jump, swim, and even perform companion emotes to make spectating even more enjoyable. Naturally, when spectating as your companion, you're unable to see enemies nor supplies. If you don't have a companion, or if your companion doesn't support spectating mode, you'll transform into Ray by default to spectate the match. Hurry and give it a try. This time, we've improved the chicken dinner animation. After placing the statue, you and your teammates can celebrate your victory with a victory dance. If a teammate leaves a match on Spawn Island, the team's remaining players can also leave the match without receiving a point or merit penalty, as long as it's before jumping from the plane. After eliminating training bots in the training grounds, you can see the effects of upgraded firearms, such as their elimination broadcasts. We've also added a shooting distance display below the damage display to stationary targets. In this update, vehicles are now supported in creation mode, where it has its own photo and video templates. When using your video templates, you can now configure a list of companion emotes to play. When the camera's rolling, your companion will perform its emotes in the order of the list. When using creation mode in Erangel, during the day or dusk, you can use the new day-night cycle feature. You can control the day and night cycle to freely switch between day, dusk, and night. That's it for the main updates in Classic mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone. Let's check out the Metro Royale updates in this new version. In this new version, we've added two new attachments. The first is the gun shield, which is compatible with the DP28 and the M249. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when you lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. The other is the full auto mod, which is compatible with the M16A4 and MK47. Once equipped, you can get a full auto firing mode that increases your rate of fire. These attachments can be obtained during the match or purchased from the black market. Try it out yourself. In this update, you'll encounter two new types of PvE enemies in Misty Port's basic and advanced maps, velociraptors and pterosaurs. They're both fast and strong. Are you ready to challenge them? In the Metro Royale lobby, you can now see your companion. You can interact with it and have it perform companion emotes. That's a wrap for the main updates in Metro Royale. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
I've heard that the T-Rex is the strongest vehicle in the new version. How so? First, when it comes to traversing the map, the T-Rex is pretty fast. Together with the special dash skill, the T-Rex gets a speed boost and higher top speed. When it runs at full speed, the T-Rex can hit a peak of 120 kilometers per hour. If you encounter a massive obstacle, you can cancel it at any time. Apart from dashing on the ground, the T-Rex can easily cross rivers. It's able to easily traverse different kinds of environments and help the team enter the final play zone. Second, the T-Rex also has an attack skill. It can use roar on enemies, which causes damage and screen shake to enemies in the vicinity. In a split second, players on the receiving end are knocked down, and your teammates only need to finish them off. If the T-Rex gets attacked during its roar, you can tap the skill button to cancel it before repositioning yourself. When riding a T-Rex, your line of sight is elevated, which increases your chances of finding enemies. Not only that, it's also harder for enemies to shoot at you. How can I get this powerful vehicle? At the start of the match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a Dino settlement. All you need to do is make your way over and destroy the fossil keepsake before the countdown ends to save the T-Rex. However, there'll be tons of enemies who want the T-Rex, so a battle is inevitable. Make use of cover in the settlement to reposition yourself and launch your attacks. Otherwise, you can find the right time to take the driver's seat on the T-Rex and use roar on the enemies to swiftly take control of the battle. The T-Rex is a mount with 1 rider and 3 passengers, thus supporting an entire squad. So hop on a T-Rex with your teammates and enter the final play zone together. What's the most popular vehicle in the game? The new T-Rex is here. Everyone, make way for it. To obtain this formidable T-Rex, you must keep an eye out for the Dino settlement icon in Air Angle and Livik. This is the only place you can get your hands on a T-Rex. Take Air Angle as an example. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, a large T-Rex that can be ridden with teammates will spawn randomly in one of the settlements. Not only can the T-Rex help you reach higher places and easily obtain specific supplies, but it can also cross rivers and make it easier for you to enter the play zone. Most importantly, its roar can intimidate and damage enemies. And it becomes unstoppable when cooperating with teammates. If you wish to rescue the T-Rex, all you need to do is destroy the fossil keep's gate of the settlement where the T-Rex spawns. There are loads of supplies piled up in every corner of the Dino settlement. When searching, don't overlook the small tents. Furthermore, you should look out for small packages hanging on the shelves. You'll find weapons and supplies inside after destroying them. However, you should keep in mind that there will certainly be enemies who will come forth to compete for the T-Rex. With defenses all around the settlement, it's easy to get ambushed. Make use of the surrounding cover to counterattack. It's alright if you somehow get eliminated. When you enter the settlement, a respawn card will automatically appear in your backpack. Thus, everyone gets a free chance to return to the battleground. Upon clinching a successful victory, you can ride the T-Rex with your teammates and enjoy the thrill of a whole new perspective. In the vastness of Air Angle, there are many primal zones scattered across the map. These are the protected habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. Tame them to ride them as mounts. Sounds enticing, huh? But primal zones aren't a great landing spot. Wild velociraptors and pterosaurs will indiscriminately attack all players. So when you don't have any gear, this makes for a very difficult situation. If by bad luck you end up encountering an enemy, it's very possible that you'll be caught between a ferocious dinosaur and enemy attack. So, the best way to get to a primal zone is to first search for basic weapons and armor in nearby buildings, and then head over when you're fit for battle. If you manage to defeat a velociraptor or pterosaur, you'll be able to tame them. After taming, you'll have access to a brand new mount. Velociraptors have really fast movement speed and are unhindered by many obstacles, meaning they're great for getting around the map. However, only one player can ride a velociraptor at a time, so they're not as ideal for teams. Pterosaurs, on the other hand, can take to the skies. They can also grab a teammate to bring them along. Do keep in mind that, even though enemies can also be grabbed, they'll still parachute safely to the ground if you drop them from high up, so you can't directly damage them in this way. Aside from using them to travel and attack, taming these two dinosaurs also lets you play some mini-games. You can play pterosaur hoops and velociraptor jumping. The more points you score, the better the crate supplies will be. What's more, the primal zone is home to cute baby raptors. Players can get close and feed them. But keep your distance from adult velociraptors, or you just might get hurt.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the dino hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, pterosaur, T-Rex. The 3 prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a feature tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Wildcards. And of course, my name is Contra, alongside with Choo Choo, to bring you all these amazing action that's about to happen throughout the course of all the games that will be played today.
Yesterday has been a very big day for certain teams, particularly it's going to be YG, with Loki taking over the record right now with the most elimination, 11 by one individual. It takes away so much, even the chicken dinner by himself. Now today is going to be a new day, especially the teams that are actually down there that I worried for, including Hyena Ravens. They're a pretty new team, the only team that have female players. Three out of 4 players are actually female, and Wok Jung's the only male that actually remaining on the team, but I'm looking for their performance today. But nonetheless, we do have other teams that we have to mention for, including CFU Gaming, including the teams that we haven't mentioned enough, G-Lab example, and we do have a HWG and also TJOA. Yesterday TJOA has been incredible, but so far coming up very strong this season is going to be APG as well. But before that, we always have surprises for you guys every single season.
That's right, and of course, you guys will definitely have to check out brand new Ultimate coming up really soon, which features the Crimson Athletes that you could use to seize victory.
Yeah, this is going to be the nightmare for anyone fighting against you. I mentioned about this yesterday, where Loki will be the most suitable person that will have to wear this suit because of how incredible he played yesterday by himself. But after this, we do have a lot of Dino Park team. It's sort of that reminds us of Vikendi, right? The Dino Park. If only this team actually applied to Vikendi, it would be incredible.
Yeah, I definitely do miss myself some Vikendi action. Who knows? Maybe in the upcoming seasons, it might just be brought back in the future. So, of course, for now, you could let your creativity run wild in the World of Wonders update that you could basically enjoy with all these Jurassic action.
And not just that, we also have a Ducati for you guys. I wish it's going to be a real-life Ducati Panigale V4S. And the collaboration items available, which I'm not sure what are the other items that's actually being collaborated at the same time, but it will be really cool. We do have like an upgrade for the engines or the upgrade of the, the tires itself, make it super buff. But at the same time, honestly speaking, Contra, between a Ducati versus a T-Rex, who is faster?
Well, I definitely think that the Ducati would be much faster because T-Rex possibly weighed a ton or two, right? But you know what? There's also a lot of other things to check out as well. If you want to look a lot more colorful in all the games that you play with your friends, you can also get yourself the new RPA set that's currently available, and you can basically get items worth over 48,000 UC.
And not just that, we're back to our Dino team here, which can be the Dino ground, where you can actually ride the dinosaurs.
Wow.
And I'm not sure how. I think the only one that can actually have 4 people is going to be the T-Rex, and that's it. The others you can actually ride the velociraptor with only 1 person to mount on it. The others, we have all the variety of dinosaurs up there, but we're done with dinosaurs now. Back to a professional league. As per usual, we're down to our 3rd day here, and we have 20 teams divided into 5 groups, where we do have only 4 groups playing in each match, and we do have 5 maps per day.
That's right, and of course, as we have sipped through 2 days of action, we also have to talk about the amount of money that's on the line for all these teams playing, and that's a whopping 40,000 US dollars that's up for grabs. And of course, the grand finals will be happening in a couple of weeks' time, so that's on June 16th up till the 18th, and that's where you definitely don't want to miss out. And all these teams that will secure the top spot will be able to join the rest of Southeast Asia in the PUBG Mobile Super League.
Last time we saw GE got the slot in the qualifier to as PMSL, and PBE made it in as partner teams. Now I want to see, can GE maintain that consistency when it comes to wildcard? But when it comes to the format, we're not done yet, because we do know since last few seasons we have this new format. We do have the bonus point. Each team will be awarded based on their weekly rankings. We do have the first place down to the last place with 20 points as a start, and the last place will only gain themselves 1 point, and if we add up week 1, week 2, then it will be dragged into the grand finals as the initial bonus point. But this could be the 5 group we talked about, and so far Group D is the group of death, but APG in E is super strong. Saying good for Group A, I have to say.
Yeah, and overall, we've seen so many powerhouse names return back into this very own season, and we're still looking at teams like Asia Esports as well as KE that's hoping to pile in a lot more points to catch up with some of all these victors that's hailing from Group D right now. So let's take a look at the top performers of the past couple of days, and today we'll compare John JAM from FOD as well as Cute Loki.
Now, John is the last season's overall MVP. He won the MVP race for last season, but this time Loki, with yesterday's performance, definitely just, breaking our jaw with his one-man performance to carry out the entire chicken for a very long time. But when it comes to FOD, John himself still maintained consistency. Now, that's why they are standing at number 1 for now.
That's right, and in this season itself, I could see massive improvements coming from so many of all these teams, especially those coming from the Philippines, where you'd see 3 teams from the nation itself positioning at 3rd, 6th, as well as 7th respectively. And like you said, FOD having spectacular gameplay and knowledge into how to execute their way into the final zone, have seen them come up over top.
Now, this is where no teams want to be in this page, but we do have 20 teams here. Like, you'll be pushed down regardless of how big or small the gap is. But so far, the gap up to the first half of the page, I think it's not too much. Still catch up. It will be doable for these teams. What I worry most is going to be Ravenwood, Hyena Ravenwood, because of how being left when the gap is just too big for them to catch up. They need to make something out for today, because if they don't start to take actions, they've been running a lot from fights. All they need to do is just pick up the courage and pick up the pieces one step at a time, and just trying to do things better one bit by bit. But on the side of FOD versus YG, you have to thank Loki for these highlights, because FOD, yes, they're one of the most consistent teams, but don't forget about Enigma. We talked about Enigma, we talked about the team's example here, even Magna. They are super aggressive control.
That's right, and overall we just see so many of all these highlights of all these aggressive teams that have been able to eventually reap rewards and also secure the chicken dinner by the past couple of days. And today we want to see, do they continue on this streak of momentum, as we've seen multiple fights already coming in from Flaco Danger as well as YG. We're in for more.
Now, speaking of today's matches, we're starting off with that Group D. That's going to be a good sign for all the teams out there, especially the teams that love to play as aggressive as possible in the other groups, because Group D comprises of GE, if I'm not mistaken, including as well FOD, West Point Mamba, and also Enigma will not be playing. So the team's example here, like Magna Esports, even APG, this is the best, and also Esports, Playbook Esports, they lost those early fights, but at the same time, they have to make use of this opportunity where Sanok, we do know it's a very small map. And so far in Wildcard, I'm happy for the fact they're playing very fast if you compare with all the other regions.
Yeah, overall, you can see that teams are playing a lot more proactively as well. And when we talk about Sanok, these are some of the most aggressive teams, but these are also mainly comprising of a few names coming in from Group D. So I guess this is a sense of relief for teams like Anchor PUBG, that's currently having the best results inside of Sanok itself. And then we got Ostia Esports, that's also hailing in from Group A. So for now, Enigma as well as FOD, they sit back, but question is, what about the other teams? Are they able to match up the results by the end of the round? And we're looking at a few names like West Point Mamba, as well as GE, who is currently, well, West Point Mamba is playing, and Sin is going to be up in this match itself. So that will be something that we'll be keeping our eyes on.
Yeah, and speaking of our expectations for today, we are so demanding as casters, I do know that, because we have so many things to talk about, and at the same time, we have our focus on certain teams, especially those in the second page. They need to push themselves. But I put myself APG because I do know for a fact APG is super strong this season. In addition to Marcos and Axit in their lineup, coming up from SKR, this is going to be most aggressive Fragger coming up from SKR, joining into APG this season. But TGO, the guys of Asian, I love this team because of their name at first. But yesterday's performance, they just shows a lot of improvement compared to day number 1. And that is super fast growth. But, you know, Ostia Esports on my side, I mean, like, this is a team that we do know they have that caliber to put themselves up there.
I absolutely agree with you. And overall, we're looking at Yangon Galacticos that have been trailblazing throughout the course of the past 2 days. As much as they only got 1 chicken dinner versus 5 of danger, I think this is that golden opportunity that they need to seize to kickstart off their day really, really well. And first, well, I did talk about Sin. They should be able to at least be able to match up to the tempo of even PUBG that's currently holding on to that 5th position.
Yeah, especially when it comes to Moy and Navi. Yeah, they have been surviving, one of the longest survivors. These two are usually coming up from Sin. But I personally think that Sin, they are stronger when it comes to Erangel map compared to all the others, because as long as the circle is on the northern side around shooting range, they got that trench on the shooting range area. They've been sitting there for quite some time, and usually it works out for them. So I just wish they kind of stick with their strategy for a bit. But at the same time, if you stick with your strategy far too long, it can be easily countered play by all the other teams out there.
Yeah, I think maybe for now, since it's only 2 days of action, maybe they don't really have to switch too much of it. Maybe till the later stages of the week, that becomes a lot more readable. So I guess like if they still want to fixate on the same kind of game plan that they had for the past 2 standoffs that they played for the past 2 days, they can opt to do so, especially now without the group of death being in the scene. I think there's a lot of opportunities for, even like you say, the guys of Asian to be able to reap a lot of these rewards here in this map.
Now, speaking of which, we don't have any time to waste anymore. Let's jump straight into our third day first map, Sunhawk.
And it's absolutely great to be back here casting with you, Choo Choo. We're going to be jumping into our first match here to kickstart off our weekend on the beautiful Friday evening. I know some of you guys may have plans for later, but make sure you stay glued to your phone, see if you were to be on the outdoors. But we start off with our first flight, cutting in from the northwest point of our Alpha Island, heading into the docks. So, as always, Sanhok being a 4x4, every city is going to be up for grabs. But since you've been casting for the past 2 days, which other cities that we would possibly get some contests? I'm already looking at the boot camp. There's going to be 2 teams that's going to be across that vicinity.
And speaking of boot camp, taken by KE, right? I'm surprised now. Harame Bro is actually not jumping into KE's compound because they love to fight in every other map, including Erangel and Marama. When it comes to KE versus Bros, it's just classic drama since day one until now. But so far, KE is untouchable for now. So I'm looking at where, and the worst part, right, Contra, that KE and Harame Bro happen to be in the same grid as well. So there's no way for them to actually try to be apart. But this time we do have a bit of Southern Circle, a bit of open fires, maybe a first contact between 2 players. PvE and Sin. You spoke about Sin, and now we do have a bit of action coming out from them.
Yeah, and Millie securing the first blood of the game. Fast and furious as it goes. And I do believe there's also a lot of contests that will be happening around the outer regions of the area. As we take a look, we already have YG being locked out inside of BAN. And that's also due to the fact that some of the members of CFU is going to be surrounding Mariboy. And I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to actually get all too much in this situation with grenades being lobbed at him.
Yeah, speaking of grenades, there's going to be a lot of DBS plays when it comes to this map, every other map as well, and a lot of vehicles. I don't know, it's a broken strategy these days, but coming up from YG, they still have the adrenaline rush from yesterday, and I'm going for the rush against CFU Gaming. Andrew coming up on a different corner. Now they got him all around, wrapped around the fingers of YG. Now where do these guys want to run? CFU Gaming, surprisingly, they are very separated amongst each other.
True enough, and meanwhile, while all this is happening, Sin gets another attack onto another member of what I do believe to be PB or FV, where 1 second, he really doesn't have any space to work with, but however, he found Loki being tagged up, and he might just actually have a little bit of opportunity to open things up, but CFU, they're slowly wrapping around with their own flank, with Aaron joining up from back.
Speaking of wrapping around, vehicle's the best way to do it. Aaron, yesterday lasted so long in the last Mirama map. This time, try to get himself a bit more earlier actions. And yesterday, tossing those nades might actually secure Romeo Boy. Easy to get one, might as well get it a second. CFU, we thought they're actually being trapped, but it's actually the other way round. Genius calls by these guys by outflanking them quite far wide from their angle. But Hank going in for the rush, leaving only Marnat, one of the top players, even last season's gunslinger, now trying to pray he will be saved, but almost got one closing now. But YG sadly have to bow out quite early this time.
Yeah, I would say this is quite the disastrous start for YG. We did talk about this being the golden opportunity for the team, but from the last time we saw them moving into the fields of the quarry as well as the outskirts of Ban, it didn't seem like they actually start off with all too much of a great loot. They do have, however, a great plan to be able to secure those form of compounds by the outskirts, but that flank coming in was absolutely beautiful for CFU, and they definitely deserve the win, securing a total of that 4 points. And now we see ourselves a little bit of 1v1 action between few, one of the veterans of the SEA Wildcard hailing from the Philippines. That's still playing till today. Going up against KE is going to be a little bit challenging, though.
Speaking of challenge, Moishon, one of the players, I've talked with Tash yesterday regarding this player. He's super fast in making decisions. Not just that, I don't know how he actually looked way faster than the rest of his teammates. His eyes is just watching everywhere like a hawk. Nobody can go unnoticed by this one particular Sean boy. But on the side of our army, bro, surprisingly, they are not taking the fight against KE this time. They are respecting them, but the top will not let them go just yet.
Wow.
Here comes the classic again.
Oh my goodness, that's attack coming up from such a long range, and Sean, he's chasing right through, but I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to get those angles to get that point secured, whereas KE is just giving them a lot of signal warning to just back up from this entire region. The top, he's already got the perfect bird's eye view, like you said, like a hawk, there you go. And Sean, he found that angle, but only dish a little bit more damage against some of these members up the hill.
These guys in Blessing on the side of Haram and Bro trying to run away from KE, but scored himself one elimination on the other and the other side of the mountain itself. Against CFU Gaming just now, and lucky enough for KE, they spotted out Viper's clan on the side of Vipers. I don't think they have any clue somebody's watching them. Here comes the spray, chip down half of HP coming up from the players, but Kaya needs to have a bit of a reload, while the rest of KE, they are hunting people down. We're talking about Painan, still inside of a circle. They don't have to leave, but at the same time, they don't want to over-invest their resources way too much in case other teams happen to be passing by.
Exactly. So we're only at stage 1 of the phase right now, and you look at KE really putting in a lot of heat against all these teams. Hopefully they don't overheat because they're still a long way to go. And look at the other sectors of the region. You also do have Asia Esports that's on the further half of Quarry. So for Bro, as much as they've already survived a little bit of that altercation up the hill, the further that they go, they have to be very wary of their surroundings because Asia is going to be lurking over the bottom. And one player that I have always loved watching has been Astro X. And now that he is in Asia Esports, I believe that this team definitely have what it takes to be able to climb up to the top. Currently placed into 4th. And now another battle ensues. And this time, Sid wants more.
Vipers spotted out by Sin. A lot of teams want the knack of Vipers right now. If you notice, every single time they flee into a different compound, they have to be clashing with another team. I don't know, is that intentional or just unfortunate coming up from Viper's clan? But we do have Painan might be the next circle in the next couple of minutes. But we do have Vipers on top of Ruins against Sin, and Falcon is coming up from behind at the same time. They need to wrap things up quickly, or they just build this one out in case they're not prepared for this battle coming up from Viper's clan.
Exactly so, and Sin have already lost one of their members, especially with another one still limping on his knees. So I don't really think this is a good position for Holy Lanju. All he could basically do is to suppress them with a couple of grenades. And I start to understand why that there's so much attention being drawn to Vipers. They're trying to take the middle of the circle, and this is what happens when you have many of these teams hoping to do so. And Sin, they have to be worried about this because Spit's coming from the back.
But at the same time, the Jets spotted out Holy Lanju. That's going to be their main frag in the front line as per usual. This not turn out so well for Sin as they're being eliminated next, following the footsteps of YG quite early on. I mean, like, it's the Carter's curse on the side of Contra today because that's what he... YG's in. Now eyes on APG. Hey, at least I do call out APG as well. So I think I'm the buffer between you and the curse today. So let's just fingers crossed APG will survive this one.
What a way to welcome me back to the SEA Wildcards, right? Like, there's no better way to do so. Yeah, I miss you too. Absolutely. It's been so long since we actually shared a desk here in the PMPL. And now, after all of that commotion, we actually get to talk about what this situation means as well, right? With some of the top teams, especially without Group D playing here, and YG as well as Sin, they're already out. Sin absolutely overheated, right? Like, the early game, they took up a lot of fights, they go into the middle, and they fight again. This time, it didn't work out to their favor.
Especially YG, they have so much to lose here. We're talking about they might actually get that #1 spot since the Group D is not playing. And FOD definitely not in here as well. And this just gives them very solid stature when it comes to #1 spot coming up from FOD, since YG is closest to actually catch them up. But back to the side of Pine, and KE has been waiting here for the longest time. All they need to do is just defend this fortress as long as they can. But the problem is not many teams will allow that. At the same time, we're talking about two teams marching in on different corners entirely. Now they have to divide themselves, divide and conquer coming out from KE. If they don't actually do that, they will have difficulties to gain any sort of information coming up from different angles, especially behind their back.
Absolutely, and I guess that's the main trouble of playing inside Pinant, because you're trying to look for certain angles, whether if you're playing it defensively or even offensively, you're going to be in a little bit more of that center of attention. And from the looks of it, the way that KE has been playing reminds me of, you know, the HORQ Athena days of how they've been rotating from the top of the hill of control, moving into Pinant. So I guess, like, KE's form of game plan may have worked out, but up till now, they have not found a single kill just yet.
Patience is a virtue, they say. Hopefully it will be fruitful for
yes,
them by the end of the day. I mean, like, if you open fire right now, you are in the center of attention, and you don't want to give away your position easily, so they have to make sure timing have to be perfect for the side of KE to open fire. But the rest of the team, we do have AV, Didi, always the last person coming out from AV, and I think that's going to be the last member of AV. Again, the same thing happened for AV when it comes to Sanok multiple times. Make me question, are they not prepared for Sanok? Are they focusing more towards Erangel, Emerald Mohammed, the bigger maps, while the other teams trying to balance out all map across in this tournament? We're talking about CFU happy to be more aggressive than yesterday.
That's a really good question, right? Because Sanok will only be played in a total of, what I say, 5 times a week. So that's still a lot of points. And if you're not going to be good in one specific map, I guess the only way is to play as passive as possible. And remember back in the days where a lot of all these players like to play the healing game. Sure, maybe nowadays it's not as much as it used to, but it's still entirely possible. Meanwhile, right between the slabs of rocks, we're looking at a little bit of dance between both Agro PUBG as well as TGOA.
Speaking of TGOA, they're trying to go for the hunt as per usual. PBE Momboy taking a bit of a skying in, poking him up to his knees here. But Renzo coming up from Moja will reply. TGOA, on the other hand, tried to wrap around APG but couldn't find any loophole for now, whilst trying to find a place or an entry towards advancing and taking APG down. They have to pull back for a bit. One of their members being knocked down at the back, and now the front line is down on his knees as well. This going really south for TGOA right now. Everything in shambles.
Like you said, it's basically the DPS meta going into that close quarter combat, but from the long angles, we're looking at TGOA having Ak to be able to at least hold it for the meantime. Well, when I say Ak, it's actually KH, and beautiful nade lands on top of Shroud. That's going to suppress the rest of Agro PUBG, so they got themselves pretty much cooked in hot soup, while there are more of all these bullets flying in the way from a different angle as well, as Marcos is trying to cover grounds and buy time for the team.
KH, on the other hand, down to only 2 players for TGOA. Edward fighting against 3 players of APG. APG, yes, they have lost one man. It will be costly for them later on because we do know there's more than one team will be passing by. But for TGOA, he has no idea where they are due to the high mountains in between those big rock, gigantic ones in between, just making sure you cannot see through what's happening on the other end. But we do have another fight against Falcon and Viper's clan, which having a bit of a problem to stay alive. I think they're being eliminated next, yes, and it's quite fast if you compare with all of the other regions. For Wildcard Sunhawk, I'm loving this.
Yeah, and it just gets as rowdy as it goes, right? And we're barely even going into stage 6 where we lost so many of all these teams, only 11 remaining at the moment. Meanwhile, like you said, patience pays off for the rest of the boys of KE because they're going to be the ones holding into Painan, but only on that south side. Then you take a look at Bro, they just decided to take whatever vehicle that they found and book the north because that's going to be an area that's not going to be crowded by the rest of these teams, where majority of them are playing from the south side, and this is where we see a lot of these battles happening. Ravenwood now getting tagged up, and we're looking at Harley on these already. I don't think that there's a good chance that they'll be able to save Harley at the meantime, and Asia is just holding ground over on the top of the hill, not allowing anybody to pass.
Sort of friends, they take this as an opportunity to make more points, even though they are trying to rotate and migrate due to the blue zone clipping and pressuring the back of Hyena Ravenwood. They know for a fact they have to push forward and advance. While they look at their current situation, try to take people down, Magna surprisingly just pops into a different corner entirely. Didn't see this one coming up from Mosja. Esports friends are trying to just pick up the pieces and recuperate with the rest of the team and just reposition themselves in the best way possible. They got the high grounds, yes, but they have no intel regarding all the other teams' position.
Oh, this is going to be a tough position to be for the rest of Magna SG. As much as Labo have already exchanged a little bit more of that tag, now they're going to be playing on the outskirts of the zone, and they have to find a way to run in. They have to leave Labo behind, and just like that, they lose a member out there. Maybe the timing wasn't right, but the approach was absolutely on point, where Labo was absolutely sharp. And look at that! Even Anchor PUBG's out of the game! Top 3 of the table is not going to be here, and that's opportunities for everyone else to secure that chicken dinner.
Coming back on the side of Osja Esports, Labo coming out from the side of Magna was just ruse and a distraction just now. They got baited by it and overstayed themselves here. Hopefully it's not too late for them to actually march into the circle as soon as possible. As Magna, they're trying to resort to playing healing game, but I'm not sure how much Toki to actually reserve himself from using too much of health utilities before. So how many he has left? Not so much. Maybe 3 more just to get outside of the blue zone, but at the same time, he can barely make it in. It's a very long run and a very long walk. For the side of AV, they're definitely bowing out. At least they bought enough time for DD to last at the 9th place. But on the side of Toki, I don't see the light by the end of the tunnel for now.
Yeah, perhaps if he can find some of the crates that his teammates left behind, maybe there's a few more first aids. Let's take a look at that. Okay, seems like there's only 2 more packs, and that's about it. But even when he gets past, he have to deal with the rest of Asia. Meanwhile, Skynin being tagged out by the rest of Game Labs, and Scotty secures that number against Skynin. Only 8 more teams remain, and we go back to Painan for this fight. As CFU holding the grounds really well. Now it's only down to Yatka to go in for the exchange, and thankfully, HWG survives.
For how much longer? KE is heavily guarding Painan. They got a fortress to live with. But at the same time, the circle just happened to be shifting on the other end. We're going a bit northern side. It feels like Painan is not inside the next circle. And HWG, Yaka, knowing for the fact he needs to leave now. But there's too many eyes watching, resorting to just diving into it. Left with only Mewtwo, and Mewtwo is just far too back. He cornered himself. There's no way out. I have a bad feeling for HWG. They cannot make it, and they are bowing out at 7th place. We're down to 6 teams, but there's still a lot of players running just to get themselves some covers.
Yeah, you just see the move of desperation for majority of these teams, and KE now finds that pick against Falcon in this top 5 situation, and they created that opening. and they will be able to propel ahead. But now, how are they supposed to cut over the corners of the bridge? They've been enjoying the middle circle for plenty of time, but now they have to play from the outskirts, and we're looking at pickup just to make sure that they play as for. Looking at the health of the rest of the squad, only Makla has one member remaining, and thankfully, that also means that you have been able to survive the blue zone, but over on the other corner, we look at Sean trying to pick off another angle against Falcon, and this fight have to end soon because they only got 40 seconds before they move in.
Coming back on Falcon's side, Say Cloud and D2Y try to find themselves spaces on top of this bridge, while KE forced to move out from Painan compound just now due to the circle itself. We do have Harame Bro. This is going to be really irony when it comes to... Usually we see KE versus Harame Bro in the first few fights in every single initial drops of the map. But this time they lasted both long enough. I feel like Harame Bro know for a fact if they didn't pick the fight with KE since the start, they can last way longer.
And I think they should basically do this a lot more, right? Meet at the very end of the match and both actually reap the rewards. Well, and of course, this without Group D being available. Now, the question is, KE, how are they supposed to move into this huge defensive wall that Bro has? And we're looking at them dropping nades after nades and not really catching anything just yet. And damage has been done. They took one member out, and there's more to be done with. And here comes Range, dropping
no,
Kaya down to the ground.
Oh god, it's just tiny accidents happen to be at the worst timing possible. And KE lost 2 men in the process of just getting around this wall. Davon as the RGL take the lead as the front line, while the rest of the teammate will be revived at the back. Hopefully they have enough time to pick the pieces back up, because we do have Bro coming up from behind. The other team starts shooting from afar as well. We're talking about maybe G-Lab, maybe Magna has been picking the fights as long fights. And Top barely make it in. How to jump over this wall unnoticed?
And I don't think that he has much options left available, and the zone is going further and further away. He's only got 10 seconds to move, and the top, he's trying to clear it away with a couple of frags. And what he could possibly do is hold out Toki, just absolutely snaps it at the back, and it really opens up so much more room for Bro to come on top. And we're looking at 2 teams only from the Philippines with great chances at this chicken dinner.
D2Y holding his position, knowing his post is super crucial for the team. He will be the game changer. If he moves just a tiny bit, G-Lab will start to backstab them. And it's going to be really tough to deal with that if D2Y start to leave his post. And back to the side of Harame Bro, Few try to pressure the top from jumping over that wall. But in the meantime, the top will not stay quiet and just take it in. He's fighting back, trying to march himself over the other side of a street, but D2Y, that's a very long shot. It's well worth it for him to stay here the longest time.
And that is basically payback coming from Falcon. They were battling ever since they were in Painan, and now they will be the ones with the last laugh. And with all that information that's been given towards Falcon, all they have to do is to focus on the outskirts, because it's impenetrable to move directly towards Bro. So they have to play this one very steadily and basically wait for the zone, because G-Labs, they're running out of area, but they will fight back and catches D2Y.
They got the high grounds, they got their walls. Now all they need to do is going in for the rush. But they have to be aware, Falcon is on the other side. It's going to be a bit of a crossfire. 2 angles must be hauled by the side of G-Lab. But they are taking 2 fights at a time here. We're talking about Kai eyeing out to the side of Bro. And what a big nade by Kai and Newbie at the same time. Instantly eliminates a Falcon, and now down to only Few. This is the Few we know, but can he clutch this? Too much for Few.
That's right, and Game Labs opens up the Friday night here with a chicken dinner in Sanok. And like you said, these 2 teams have battled so many times before, and now finally Game Labs have been able to yield the highest point possible, and they've already got the high ground to work up against the rest of the squads. Congratulations to them, and hopefully more to go for Game Labs.
I'm loving this. The second page team start to realize they need to do something extraordinary, something very uncomfortable for them to actually manage to push forward. And this game lab coming up from second page, they scored themselves quite a number of eliminations. But last I see, I think Falcon got quite a number as well, around 8 or 7 eliminations. One of the highest fraggers is going to be D2Y. But coming out from Game Lab, I love this. I love the fact they are pushing themselves for more. Yesterday, it was not great for them, saying good for day number 1. But I guess they're really cooking something in the lab that they're coming up with a different strategy today.
That's right, and whatever they're cooking, I absolutely love it. And I guess apparently it's a chicken dinner to actually open up their breakfast here in game 1. As we take a look at some of the stats, despite only having 1 elimination point, newbie, look at the damage he's done throughout the course of it. And for most part, you see Game Labs have a steady control over the top end of the field. And from where they're playing earlier, there's not all these teams that's been able to actually catch them off guard, because majority of all the other squads were playing down south, and that's where those teams actually struggle.
But G-Lab, if they keep this going, they definitely will and can push themselves on the first page anytime soon. But the problem is we don't have Group D playing, so how do they gel well against Group D? Can they adapt? The G-Lab got themselves one of teams to watch in this map, the first map of the day in Sunhawk. Falcon on the then rise up to the occasion. None of the team who blitzed today got themselves any of the top 5 just now. But is it just Sunhawk because of a smaller map, or is it the teams getting better when it comes to day number 3?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both as well. When you take a look at the pacing of how they've been playing, it's been pretty much on a high-octane level of proactivity that we're seeing. From the start of the match, we're already getting like trailblazing action coming in from CFU as well as Sin. And then the shock factor into this match is some of the Titans bowing out so early. And we're talking about Anchor PUBG as well as Yangon Galacticos, 2 powerhouses just crashed out because, like you said, these teams, they're rising up and they understand this. There's no better time to do so than now.
At least I'm so proud for the side of Harami Pro for today. How they just, you know what, we know that we can last longer. And all they need to do is just wait for the Blues in the finish of KE, because of all the battles they fought against KE before. Out of 4, I think it was like 6 times right now, make it 7 even in the Sunhawk they fought against each other for KE versus Harami Pro. They only won once for the side of Harami Pro. Now, if they actually not try to force themselves fighting against KE since the start, look at how far they've come. We talk about them getting the top 3 this time with 5 elimination. G-Lab have been taking those high grounds a long time, so they didn't actually involve directly in those crossfire. But Falcon, on the other hand, look at how much eliminations, almost cracking those double digits in this first map.
Absolutely insane numbers, right? They managed to take down 9 total kills. And with that form of elimination points, basically 2 teams wiped out. And for the record, as you were mentioning, the rivalry between Bro as well as KE, they both share the same amount of points in this map of Sanhok. So I guess there's still a lot more scores to settle in these upcoming maps. But all these big winners of this round definitely has to do with a lot of all these high frags. And now that we've already concluded all of that, let's take a look at whether there's going to be changes here on the board.
Well, since YG being eliminated quite early on to FOD, nobody can actually challenge them for now. As said, maybe up to the 5th place, but all of them being eliminated too early. But GE and West Point Mumba come out from Group D, same goes for FOD. They might actually have a shot in taking this crown away from week number 1 of FOD. He have been sitting there for, for quite a bit here, since yesterday till today. But Sin, I have to wait and see for a wrangle. They definitely have stronger prospect when it comes to wrangle itself. KE is still stagnant. A lot of not too much swaps coming on first page, but second page is a very different story today.
Yeah, and on the second page, as well as the first, we will expect the upcoming game to actually see a bigger shift, because look at the margins, right? From 11th all the way to 16. Anybody with a good game could easily move into the first pager. And on the first page itself, there's so many of these teams that are currently at 60 to 70 points, and we will start to see a little bit more of that shift. But I'm really hoping that teams like FV as well as Ravenwood will be able to pull off a Harame Bro like they did here back in Sanok, so that they could find better opportunities to climb to the top of the leaderboard by the end of the week.
If only they're not that hard-headed for the side of Harame Bro for the past 2 days. Keep on brute forcing themselves to a side of KE. I think they've definitely gone higher by the end of this week. Yeah, hopefully they learned their lesson for the past 2 days. But yeah, coming up from Map B, Magic's transferred into, I think being Loner or transferred into FB MPX for this season. Definitely gave them a bit of a revamp for Amphi for now. But so far, it's more to a side of Wrangle, and that's it. Mirama and Sana, we don't see them too much. For Hyena Ravenwood, I just wish they really just go for the fight. Or just take the fight with them. Or just take the fight towards all the other teams instead of running away. Because so many times you see Hyena Ravenwood just caught off guard, and they are the one running away from this fight. But for a top ranker performance, I'm not surprised 2 out of 4 teams out here. It's going to be coming up from Group D, West Point Mamba and GE. Surprisingly, there's no FOD yet.
Yeah, and I guess when it comes down to Erangel, they have not really found that formula just yet. Maybe that's for the past 2 days. Perhaps after studying some of all these numbers and how the other teams rotate, they might be able to at least make it to a top 5 to challenge teams like West Point Mamba, YG, or even Sin. And finally, with all of these groups battling against Group D, I think that the pacing will go even quicker from here on. But this being a bigger map, definitely will be proving a little bit more of a challenge. And as for match 2, this time around, Group C will be sitting out. So therefore, there is going to be a few teams that may not be able to actually catch up to those numbers. And that being said, it's Yango Galacticos as well as Sin that will miss out in this match.
What worries me more is going to be CFU Gaming, and especially Hyena Raven, who's not really in a great spot to have a break right now. If only they can play non-stop 5 maps per day, but the most the team can play is just 4 maps per day. And speaking of Wrangle, so far, I think West Point Mamba have a good grasp on it. But GE kind of balance out both Erangel and Mirama. We don't see somebody else that taking any kings of Erangel, but I'm looking for Pochinki fights, and not just that, maybe more than 3 teams as per usual come out into Pochinki, including FOD is one of those teams. So maybe if they can actually secure themselves Pochinki, it's going to be great because it's the center of a map, right? It's the nearest to go anywhere in case the circle happen to be hard shifting. But speaking of the next map, we do have our... I'm going to stay true to myself for the first 3 games here. I'm going to believe in Osjai Esports, TGOA, and you know what, APG, come on guys. I know this is the map you want to, you know, shine.
Yeah, and overall, I guess game 1 didn't go so well for myself. I hope that this time it's going to be a little bit better. Now that FOD is back into the picture and it's my first day back at the job, I want to root in for our top 1 guys. And from what I saw from Falcon, there's definitely a lot of impact that they bring to the table. And I believe that they'll be able to also shift the course into their favor in this particular map.
Now, FOD is a very strong choice here, definitely, and they are number 1, and they got themselves season MVP last season, but coming up when it turns to Grand Finals, well, it's still the league, so it's a bit too early for us to touch something about Grand Finals. And speaking of league, I'm surprised you didn't actually call out for West Point Mamba, because they are one of the teams back in last season, which is going to be the Wildcard PMPL Spring. They were number 1, and they have been consistently getting themselves number 1 for the longest time in week 1, but surprisingly this time West Point Mamba didn't turn out so well, but at least they're still in the top 3 so far. But you know, what are your thoughts about their performance in this season? It feels like are they being, you know, a bit of decrease when it comes to their performance, or is just teams are getting way better than, you know, the last few months?
I feel like they're slowly getting the lead out of the situation. Usually when we look at West Point Mamba, this is a team that does not really start off in the best form of way, but they will be able to basically level up every round that they go through. So from my votes here, sure, they're not in my top 3 for now, but I know that they're going to be climbing their way. Maybe on the next Erangel, once they've been able to actually get the grasp of it, then perhaps we'll get to see a lot more. But most often than not, you still will see West Point Mamba, if not within the top 5, then within the top 10. of each respective angle rounds.
Yeah, but same goes for FOD. You know what? Of all the teams out there, I have to say FOD is the most consistent in every single tournament there is. They barely actually get out from top 5, and in last season's league, they were in the top 5. In the grand final, they got themselves 3rd place or 2nd place. And their players, I don't feel like one carry out the other, or one is just outshine the other. They don't have a player that overpowered compared to all their teammates. They're pretty much on par, and the par and the standard is pretty high coming up from FOD. But the thing is, sometimes it's just really unfortunate when it comes to those timing. It just happens to be a lot of third party going on in DBS and vehicles as per usual. But hey, back to as a team, I'm looking for the teams that's kind of rookie this season, including TGOA, HWG, or maybe even Hyena Raven. Like these teams will be the game changer, will be the one that have the ripple effect or the butterfly effect for all the teams that have been veteran down there to realize, you know what, we might be left behind because we didn't do something new. We only can bring something fresh to us, these new teams. It will be great.
Yeah, and that's what I'm really hoping to actually see when we do move into our round inside of Erangel. So now that there is ample of space for them to slowly plan out their rotation, so perhaps those teams that are still playing here that have played in Sanhok will have a little bit more leeway of how to coordinate a lot better, because Sanhok was a little bit too fast-paced in my opinion from how it first started off. So perhaps this would be good for them to actually go into this, get into the drawing board, and really assess the situation in order to get the chicken dinner in their hands.
But we're talking about Erangel here. It's gonna be the map where everybody will have to, compulsory is a necessity for these guys to know this map like the back of their hand, right? So there will be some teams trying to avoid as soon as possible for early skirmishes, but I'm not surprised if there's some do have early clashes again. And well, I have my eyes towards KE and Haram and Pro just to see who actually bow out and compromise against the other team to give away their position or their initial drop spot, because it's so important for you to feel comfortable when you first drop, because you know exactly where the loot's coming out from, you know exactly which building to take up the loot, and in case you have to change it in the last minute because of the contest coming out all the other teams, how much time do you need to adapt, and how fast can you actually do it to last the entire week or even week number 2?
Good question. Sometimes it will take a matter of hours or days to do it, but sometimes you just really have to adapt on the fly. And like you said, perhaps the course of the flight path might actually force them into some of all these situations where they have to be uncomfortable and therefore be prepared for the worst. And speaking of which, I am definitely stoked to see who will be our next winners here as we dive into our second map of the day, Erangel.
We're back here in the most comfortable map for our eyes, with a lot of trees and even a lot of seas and water ratio in it, at least some land to work with. And also coming up from the chat as well, I'm just eyeing out for chats, any sort of feedback. But you know what, I need to revise on that. Did G-Lab got any chicken last season? Now, they're definitely not having too much, but I'm not sure if they even land on one. But I'm going to check that for you guys in the future, okay? I'm going to update that later. But back to the flight part, we do have filter power up to severely kind of a flight. But we do have a lot of Northern Circle yesterday and even the day before. 3 out of 4 Erangels being played for the past few days has been on top of shooting range. And there's only once on top of therapy, and that's it. So there will be high chances we might end up there. And Sin is not playing, so shooting range will be quite vacant for now.
Yeah, and I guess that there's an ample of opportunities for teams like Viper or even HWG to work around that northern region. And not forgetting about Harami Bro that will be playing inside Yasna Pollyanna. So these northern fields do have a lot of advantages. Meanwhile, we're looking at KE that takes center stage, and for them to cut back into the east side is still entirely doable, especially in stage 1. You see majority of these teams will at least be skewed towards that part of the map because we start off with such a flight path. But the advantages here It's not too certain. I'm looking at a few teams that can basically yield a lot out of this map itself. We're looking at TGOA that's directly in the center, and G-Labs. As much as they are on the south and not the center, that's a position where they could really stop a lot of teams from moving inbound.
The only thing that running through my mind right now is, you know what? Harami Bros is being the bigger person and just give away Pachinki and not going to contest KE anymore. And that's good karma because they got the circle this time. So yeah, I feel like it's going to be worth it for them to actually drop around Yasnaya. And it's going to be okay because it seems like not too very crowded on top of Yasnaya. Yes, we do see a couple of teams happen to be very close by. But we do know the distance when it comes to the first circle is always a bit further than what the eyes can actually perceive. But back to the side of Enigma. Now, this is going to be the team that you should watch out for. They are crazy hungry for blood.
Yeah, I remember watching players like QB as well as Koopa to be some feisty players to be able to reap a crazy amount in certain rounds. But of course, it's been pretty much well balanced between all four of their teammates on how they've been able to do executions. And remember we talked about Evie this time? Instead of course, playing a little bit more passively than per usual, they actually try to run away from all these gunfire from HWG.
Bit of a rodeo call from FV. HWG just relentlessly chasing the heck out of FV. Now FV where to run? As two of the players being chased by the guys of HWG, but where are the other two? Trixie barely get to see him in action. It's unfortunate for them not to be able to land any vehicle the moment they drop down from that parachute. It's just, you know, you're just rolling the dice. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. And in this case, you don't get it for FV.
Yeah, it's sad to say that is the case, especially when you're playing in Sonoska Island. Vehicles are a necessity. Now we're looking at Magna to be pushing upwards against TGO, but of course, it's just a little bit of one-for-one trade going on as MH will eventually be brought down as well. Labo now holding his own with a shotgun in hand, and he will bring him down low, and with the pistol, Labo still trades back.
There was collateral damage, not right in the face, but hit so hard. He's on his knees right now, but Labo, you reap what you sow. But back to the side of TGOA, the rest of Cavalry has arrived. Edward just running them down.
What?
Who needs gun when you have vehicles and DBS? There's no point having those rifles anymore.
Not at all. Now, Magna Arabians are only left with two, and it's not really much of all these opportunities for them to actually go in for the rescue. Some damage being done as they do spot Amara running on the outskirts. But Amura, he's going to be able to take this position, take down Toki as well. Now, this is helter-skelter for the rest of Magna.
TGOA, we thought they lost it. We thought they are the one who are being cornered by the hands of Magna, but it seems like the other way around. Twice in a row, we're looking at a very strategic plays coming out from the teams here today when it comes to day number 3. But Falcon stolen it away from the hands of TGO in the last minute as Magna being finished off from afar with those Scar L. That's nasty, but that was ingenious from these guys.
Yeah, and what makes it even more crazy is that it's a moving vehicle, and you know how difficult it is to actually take aim and actually control the recoil. And this guy's just snatched it with a drive-by. Impeccable. Absolutely
And
impeccable.
they actually pull over just now. It feels like they saw a sight they want to see. They're just sightseeing at the time. Hey, look, there's somebody fighting. Yeah, we're just gonna pull over and just shoot, and then yeah, let's go. We're done. Yeah, it's as easy as that. So casual, but it just turns so well for these guys.
And it's not even like the saying goes, like, stop and smell the roses. This guy's like, you know what? Just take this, just grab the roses from afar. I don't know how you're gonna do that, but they did. Right?
They just take the smell
now,
from afar.
yeah,
the smell of victory.
These guys smell blood, and they just know how to get it. So, inside Yasnaya, I guess there's going to be more of those teams out there, but like you said, KE is going to be missing their noisy neighbor, right? Like, they're all alone in this town. I guess they get to enjoy all the form of loot, but they need to move, because Stage 1 is already devouring some of all these players out there. Not that it's going to hurt them all too much. So, question here is, as much as Bro ran away from Pocheki or chose a basically different path from the usual road, they now are being visited by some of all these other teams. Do you think that they have a great idea of how to play around this style of Pollyanna?
This has been going for the past 3 days. Usually it's going to be 3 teams, including KE in there, as per se. But KE actually landed on top of that place before, and in the side of Falcon versus Bro, we've seen that before, yes. But at the same time, it's down to who wants to open fire first. But at the same time, it feels like they're having a bit of a truce. It's a bit tension on the other end, but nobody willing to take the first step, even though they're so close just now between Falcon and the side of Harome Bros. So I guess it's going to be a bit of a stalemate for now. But FOD, on the other hand, we do know when you are going this fast, they're definitely trying to hunt down these people down, especially West Point Mama, who's nearby. But don't look down on Federalas, because it's really good, including Migs as well. I just hope today they let Michi play.
Yeah, and I guess like we have not really seen all too much coming in out of Michi for the earlier parts of the day. But of course, maybe in Myanmar we might actually see a shift of which players they might actually bring in. West Point Mamba, as you have said early on, they did not look as hot as they used to back in the past season inside of Angle specifically, but you see them being a little bit more strategic as compared to the couple of seasons where there were times where they're just basically going with the run and gun mentality. But we absolutely understand why, because currently in this updated circle, 40% of it is covered by water. So there's very little grounds for all these teams to play. And that also means that there's going to be a lot of all these fights circling around the outskirts of prison.
Make it 45 to 50% now, even though we don't see the entirety of the circle due to how wonky the circle is on the right side. But back to the side, West Myanmar, I agree. It doesn't seem like too hot, maybe because of a change of dynamic where they separated Migs and Michi based on the map itself. We saw Michi plays in Wrangel, but not so much when it comes to Imurama. Back to the side of Enigma, FOD got the high grounds and definitely can see through where they're trying to prone down behind the rock. Caps definitely trying to scream for help. The rest of the team pass. We don't see a lot of pass playing, but today we do. FOD taking the fight head on while Pass trying to reposition himself against Vipers. And FOD, as per usual, you don't need rifles to take people down this day. Caps being finished off in an instant due to that run down, but Pass nowhere to survive.
Oh my goodness. And it was just quite the rough start for Enigma, this being their first game as well, where the past game, they did not got any form of advantage because they were inside of Sanhok. Vipers, though, they've taken over Lipovka, but there's also members of West Point Mamba that's about to challenge them up close and personal. I like that Emas is just circling around to ensure that there's not going to be other teams around. Meanwhile, there's a lot of casualties that's going over these roads where players are getting run down, and we're looking at up close again. Newbie getting caught out the moment that he reached the electric towers.
Yeah, Ambastro Axe making sure that he's sealing the deal there. But they're not done. They caught the eyes to a sort of G lap at the same time. Dragon being finished off as well. Feels like they casually just swings over the other end in a different angle entirely. It feels like they know exactly where this guy stands. But for the side of Osja Esports, they are playing alongside the blue zone just in case there's somebody else coming up from the back. They have to. They don't have to worry about what's coming up in the back. Just have to focus on what's in the front. That's the pros. You actually get to play with the blue zone. But the thing is, if you've been gatekeeper on the other hand, then there's going to be a bit of a difficulty for them to actually squeeze in. But at least now we see it's a very clear path for them to actually get into the circle in the first place. But we do see the kill feed been going crazy. Just now, GE versus KE. Yeah, and there's some driving skills that being displayed to us. But bro, I'm surprised they're still there. But at the same time, how did they get out against a Falcon just now? Another story. And Barami Bro spotted out Vipers, which they lost quite a number of players before, but managed to reset. Now they have to go against Arami Bro next.
Yeah, I'm liking the idea of Harami Bro playing on the shorelines instead, whereas all the other teams are looking within the city of the Papka. And that's where, if it does shift back towards the hill or even to the waters, some of these teams will be stuck here, needing to clear off all these fights. And speaking of the fights here, the rest of Vipers, they're not exactly in the same course of the building, and that may be advantage or even disadvantages. But PBE, they want blood, and they will get it from the rest of Austin, but it was just a firm stronghold that they will be able to sustain themselves, and PBE are left with only Cool, and they're just gonna bank it on him to seal the deal. The question is, can he even do much? And through the smoke, Joseph gets him.
That was quite questionable, really. A bit too late for him to actually squeeze into the rest of the team. They try to do something about it. He can actually survive longer without doing that. But on the side of Vipers, they thought they had it with those smokes against whatever there's the wall between them. They're just going to go through it. Bro Few jumps down, trying to spot out players of Vipers clan. Right across him, ring around the Rosie, but got support fire from the back. Dale making sure everything being wiped out squeaky clean, but they cannot be comfortable yet because West Point Mamba coming out from the other end, and KE start to, you know, reach towards this compound and vicinity as well anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving how Broa has been able to ramp up in terms of momentum ever since they've been able to secure top positionings for Sadok. And inside of this map itself, they have clear ideas basically how to play it, and Leader Few, after so many seasons of playing, you have always banked on him to really call the shots, and just look at him go. Absolute clean fights. Sure, they have lost Eamon early on, but those fights on how to deal with DBS, they show it all too well. When you have all the members at your back, you can just basically make it rain and make them pay. But as we speak so much of bro, Falcon's watching this team from afar.
They're trying to build the bridge smoke to cross over the other side in case the circle happened to be shifting against them. Got 30 seconds to do so, but they just attracted too much Bro's attention right now. Arami Bros, if they did not be careful giving away so much information with their gunfires, West Point Mamba will be the third party coming up from behind. Now they have to be extra careful and divide their attention towards two angles at the same time. Or Falcon realized, you know what? This is going to be difficult. We might just going to have to jump onto the vehicle and go through that smoke and straight into Bros' lair. But the problem is, do they know exactly where the players are? Do they know there's West Point Mamba behind as well? If not, they are digging their own grave by rushing in. But here comes the circle shifting. It's so far from what we thought it would be. It still comprises of a lot of water in it. And there's so little space of land to play around for these guys.
It's really interesting to actually see such a circle here in the early stages of Wrangle, and we're already having a few teams struggling to make ends meet because Austria, no matter what they decide, they will have to meet a team right now coming in from the south side. As you said early on, they might have actually found a couple of frags by picking on teams on the outskirts. This time, I think they really have to fight their way to death. Whereas FVF got no choice but to crash right in, and they will find one member out of KE. Boy Sean tries to trade back, and West Point Mamba trying to steal it away, and will be able to secure magics.
At least they got the warehouse at a cost coming up from our fee. But they do have to share the warehouse against KE at the same time. It's going to be Boy Sean. He's the miracle. They can actually do a lot of wonderful plays for the side of KE. Even though he's alone, he's not going to go down easily. We do know this for a fact. He tried to last longer enough to just survive, but not much of first aid in his hands. Ozja Esports taking a fight against APG, rushing straight into their faces and running them down even, and I don't think that's really great. But West Point Mamba taking a fight against TGOA. The rest of Ozja Esports, here comes Skyn in. Scry actually pushed too far with those vehicles, flew over at the edge of the shoreline and barely make it alive.
Yeah, and that is a little bit too heavy of a commitment, but for understanding of this kind of situations, they just have to pull through. At APG, they lose a few of these members, and Asia's does manage to stay alive with all four intact. So I guess good going for the rest of Asia Esports, despite that fight could have actually went absolutely south for them. And now we're looking at Exit being forced into the city, but none of these players are going to be landing any form of attack against it because they're trying to keep themselves safe within the area. Whereas Amura Chili, he finally found exit, and I guess there's no exit plan for him.
FOD, are they prepared for this? For GE, can they hold their ground? Zai left alone here to defend by himself as West and Master Smile is bleeding out, but almost got the entirety of Nang. John and Nang now next to each other, hoping for somebody to pick them up. But Zai, he doesn't have that much time anymore. Master Ichi, it's going to be Zai and Ichi trying to take down the last player of FOD. He needs to pick somebody up. It's going to be John first, the closest nearby. And Nang will be the sacrificial lamb in this case. But Master Ichi slowly but surely finishing them off with those grenades. They're being pressured, suppressed. Nowhere to run, no hide, but at least they bought time with those mollies.
Yeah, and with so little left on the tank, we thought that he would be able to hold on, but with the pickups as well as how well GE has been able to swiftly swarm the compounds, it didn't really leave them all too much spacing to breathe, and GE overwhelms the team at the top of the table. You have to sit out for another game, but just look at how difficult this Iron Gold match has been, and with another shift, I think it's going to be another curveball being thrown at certain teams. But for those that are already within the Lipovka, they will definitely breathe a sigh of relief.
The last player of APG, I think this is the best time for him to start swimming, where nobody will actually spot him out, just to stay as long as it can, you know, just to survive a bit much longer. But for the rest of the team, they still have duos, trios, and even a full squad on side of bros. I love this. They are super aggressive today when they actually be the bigger person against KE and give away their initial draw spot. It's just so well. Now, Few trying to cook up the nade, hoping it will land on any of the players coming up from Falcon. Blindly toss it in. But Few, at the same time, have to be kept on shifting his position. He knows for a fact it's been discovered by these guys due to how they toss those throwables. But Few spotted so many players. Falcon is so separated right now.
Yeah, and for the longest time, they've been having this battle from the outskirts, and Falcon really has to find a way to actually cut right in. I believe that they pulled back because Chanlo may not have any more vehicles to actually work with, and here comes the pickup, and the rest of Bro could not actually tech them out in time, where St. Cloud is literally hiding within the clouds of smoke that they've been able to toss out, and I'm surprised of the utility usage that we have coming from Falcon, because they utilize so many of these smokes early on, trying to cut into the city, and they still have a lot more to be able to fend off. But penetrating the building against Bro is definitely going to be difficult. We shift our eyes onto HWG versus GE.
Back to us, the fight in the blue zone. GE barely make it in. Almost got run over by the teams of HWG, or maybe just now HWG also repositioned himself into the higher ground. But West Carry and also Master Ichi trying to make wonderful plays for the team, trying to ring around and just got himself one bump himself in the nade by Mewtwo. Say Cloud, on the other hand, take advantage coming up from Falcon from afar, being the third party, and West managed to shut down on HWG thanks to the other team of Falcon who helped them along the process.
Man, that's a golden grenade out of nowhere. They have been able to buy a lot more time as well as space for GE to survive for a little while longer. And to my surprise, there's still 8 more teams that's currently surviving here to play out Lipovka. Now, on the outskirts here, on the high level of the hills, things may look safe for a split second, but any further that GE goes, it's just going to be a little bit more of a party happening within that form of a city. And even playing onto the center is going to be dangerous because everyone's watching from the outskirts, and TGOA, they're still hiding within the smokes. We're looking at Master Ichi going for a quick restock, but they know where he's at, so he's going to cook another frag grenade. Perhaps this time around, they'll be able to find something in return. There's 2 more nades being cooked from the bottom as well. TGOA, they don't have vision, but they will try nonetheless.
Hopefully they're not being compressed both ways here. Their smoke definitely give away their positions. But for the side of Master Ichi, he just decided he wants to go for this. He's just going to consistently pressuring them. But at the same time, the blue zone is just so nearby, and the circle just shifts away from them. And Master Ichi don't have the luxury or the privilege to actually stay here the longest time that he has. He got really little time and seconds, but at least he landed on one. It's gonna be TGOA main now left with only Amura. Now, at the same time, can he close the deal? Because he got himself that buggy, he can flee. But at the same time, if it's a bit too late, he just caught himself in the trap. Because those Esports is still not moving. They still have the most men up there. Full squad, same goes for West Point Mamba.
Yeah, as this tug of war goes on, Morichili will just have to basically hug on the quarter where Master Ichi decides to let him lose. Meanwhile, of course, we focus on other things. Take a look at the board right now. Asia Esports, 11 eliminations here to play for that chicken dinner. They're looking phenomenal, and they are in an absolute form to basically tear through their opponents. But now that they're on the outskirts, I want to see the upcoming chip of the circle. Will it dispossess the current positioning of Asia? Because they're playing from the far south yet again, as this wraparound has been working out for the entire squad. And oh my goodness, that nade! It clears off everybody off, and Rage will be able to send them off flying.
I have to give it to Range. That was a big one. The entire Falcons nowhere to be seen, just blown into smithereen. And not just that, that actually gives so much space for GE twice in a row now. Saved by the other teams in the very last minute. And they got themselves 7 eliminations, but also Esports will break the record if they have more than 15 eliminations in this map.
And we'll just have to see, because there's so little players left on the board for them to secure a number, but they will start it off here. West Carry instead of GE will finally eliminate the last member of TGOA, and here are our top 5. And as much as we don't really see too much action coming from FB, they still have 2 more players in the map as they're playing it really slowly and carefully. We're looking at both Asia as well as West Point Mamba to have the high chance of that chicken dinner. And going back to that composition, right? When was the last time we see West Point Mamba actually win it out? Perhaps the time is now for the team.
Yeah, they did actually win a couple of fights in the past few days, but kind of stagnant yesterday. Not so much, being quiet the entire second day. But on the side of Bros, I'm loving how they just improved so much when it comes to their performance today. They have been consistently getting themselves in the top 5 in almost 2 rounds in a row now. But at the same time, for West Point Mamba, can they actually seal the deal? Osja Esports do have higher number of eliminations, but the thing is, they're not the only team with a full squad. AV survived long enough to be in the top 5. There's 3 teams with the duo. Well, Osja and West Point Mamba do have the higher advantage of manpower, but the problem is, if they have been charged in by 2 different teams at the same time, if they start to open fire, that's just going to be really tough, because you do know in this scenario, if whoever starts to open fire first, you will go down.
And this is going to be a really difficult place for any teams to be battling out, because the final few circles going to be in the middle of the streets, from what I could basically presume. Or perhaps they bring towards the side of FV. Maybe they still have what it takes to find their own chicken dinner, but there is GE wrapping from the back as well. So the coast is not going to be clear in the corners of the warehouse, whereas West Point Mamba, I want to see them duke it all out with the rest of Asia Esports for the glory of this match. GE, they started to open fire, but they haven't been able to catch anything for the moment, as time is slowly ticking. Stage 7 is where we will start to see more of those fights taking place.
For GE, they are struggling to make sure they can get in. The moment they just go over this very small bump of a hill, they will be revealing themselves to a sort of FV. That's going to be the first, but FV, they're down to 2 men. Same goes for GE. It's going to be 2v2 between these teams, but FV separated into 2 different warehouses for these players. GE was Carey just going to hug over the walls for a bit to take himself some covers while waiting for the other end to start fire first. But the thing is, he's been discovered early on, so FV will try to pressure him out from hugging the walls. Bros heard this kind of gunfire is going on, so Rage tried to reposition himself to see through any sort of angle and what's happening here.
Yeah, Meanwhile, as much as we're looking at Astro X from afar, it doesn't seem like he has angles or vision against GE. And what the rest of Asia Esports is doing right now, as you can see from the minimap, a 2-2 split is going on to control, at the very least, 40% of the map from the outskirts, whereas anybody within the city have one thing that they can rely on, which is walls for cover, but it can only hold out for so long. The later the stage goes, everybody goes out into the middle of open. I hope that they do have enough of stocks of smoke grenades to be able to work it all out. West Point Mamba will be that team to hold all the citizens of Lipovka back.
Oh, here comes. The circle's not on GE's side and left with only one player, like you mentioned. How much longer can he just hug those walls? Whereas, like you don't know, I have to cut across FB. There's no other way around. If you want to walk around the walls, there will be somebody else waiting on the higher grounds. There's going to be Renzo seeing straight in this angle where they're fighting against. And Bro is not willingly to sit quietly as well. As West Point Mamba tried to force them out. But West managed to still get DD and V on the ground. Finish off straight away, leaving them a Mexican fight between GE and AV. But Bros, on the other hand, try to make sure West Point Mamba will not breach their compound.
Not at all. Bro have been having such a solid defense. Now they're trying to pick them all off as everybody is trying to exit off of the area. And Astia starts to get a little bit more busy. Up close and personal, it's going to be West Carry. Shot with the BBS as Raul will survive to tell the tale. Makes it into the top 4 by taking down GE.
At least it's not going empty-handed. It still scores at least 1 for that. Coming back to Haram and Bro, leaving the only 2 players on both different buildings right now, but Few trying to give a bit of a spray to the side of Osja Esports, who's spreading out to get wider angle to work around. They have the most space. They are dominating on this other part of the circle. Majority is going to be taken by Osja Esports, but they do have the high grounds too. But the thing is, at the same time, how can they land any shots from here? Everybody just hiding around the corners. They cannot see what's happening indoors.
Yeah, I guess like they just will have to wait for the Lipovka citizens to fight it all out. And for the record, if this circle for the final zone shifts all the way there, then I guess everybody will just have to just slowly pick these fights. Whoever steps out first will be the first to go. So this is gonna be a tense situation. As you can already see, Stage 9 is slowly covering the entirety of the map, and everybody inside the city will have to just give way. Skynet, he still has the buggy. They already set up all the smokes, and this is the final hurrah in the top 4. Skynet moves forward to wreck the rest of Oscar Esports, and West Point Mamba has Jarrell being tagged out, and this will hold the rest of WPF back.
For the side of Osja, this is actually a very big opportunity for them to get the chicken because they don't have walls to stop them from pushing forward and advancing towards these guys. They still have the vehicles. Here it comes Astro Axe taking the front line. West Point Mamba trying to go for the flank ban, but being discovered with only trees in between. They cannot hide the Wrath Nade of Renzo just now. West Point Mamba start to fight against the side of the side of Osja Esports, but Bro still taking the fight against FV, but Osja wants to fight them all. They're taking all the fight all together at the same time. Gerald on the ground, Skyne Federalis on the other hand tried to reset himself. He doesn't have any throwables anymore, and Osja knows this for a fact. Took them too much and too long. They don't want to waste time. They finish things off. They got the chicken dinner. What a game from Osja Esports.
A perfect victory with one of the highest frags that we have seen throughout week 1. Asia Esports have done it, topping records out there. I want to see how many kills have they tabulated with by the end of this round. And everyone was playing perfectly on point. The only team that could have possibly stopped them was early in the stage where Ankle PUBG was going against them. And even despite that, Asia Esports trampled against everybody else here in Nash 2.
Man, I mean, like, the record holder still was APG. I don't know after this who will take the baton away, who's gonna get the record of the most eliminations by a team. But so far it was 15. 15 was the number. The individual most eliminations is gonna be coming up from YG Loki with 11 eliminations by himself. So we gotta get to see if there's any record-breaking history in the fourth season here. But Oja Esports, that was smart. You have to give credit so much for them. They are the teams. You know what? You guys all take your own houses. You want to have your own barricade and covers. We don't mind being in an open space. It was a great courage for him to know exactly where to stand without being picked by all the other teams down there. But Astro Axe himself got himself 5 eliminations. Now imagine all the other players. If you tabulated all the scores, how much will it be?
Well, I guess plenty of points if you were to ask, but we'll calculate that in a moment's time. Astro X, if you do remember him, back in the PMCO days, he played for legendary Orange Esports, and up till today is still showing up with impressive records. That's how good this player has been, and the damage numbers tells for itself. And now, I'm looking at Asha to be one of the top contenders to be able to chase up against 5 of Dangers after this massive round.
Possibly, yes. I mean, like after they had themselves in the top 6 or maybe top 8 in that case. But with this number of eliminations, I think that they definitely put themselves up there. We're talking about Oja, even West Pamomba, even GE. GE was super fortunate. You have to give it to them. 2 times in a row contra, they might actually be wiped out. But due to the circumstances, there's going to be a third party butting in. They're being saved the heck out of it in the very last minute.
So many times we lost count, which is quite miraculous as well that it happens in such a particular fashion. And in this map of Erangel, things have looked very chaotic from the get-go, and that's also due to the fact that when the first circle appeared, every team knew that it's more than 40% water, so they will have to figure a way out. And one team to have been able to successfully do so, of course, is our chicken dinner winner, where they don't need covers because the blue zone at the back is their cover. No other team will actually be behind them. Whereas GE was also another show-stopping team where they have gotten records and records of kills in this round. Whereas it's really perfect executions. We see no signs of flaw coming in from Asya. Whereas long haul battles inside the city did not reap the rewards for some of the teams out there.
But here comes the scores. 18 eliminations. Are you kidding me? No way.
18
no
eliminations.
Way.
And I guess it's safe to say that they have broken the record for the most points accumulated within one map for time being. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot more great records to be set later on.
This is great. I'm looking for the 20 marks to be broken now. We did have that in the last season, which only once. But this time, these guys, you know what surprises me? Even though we have so much water ratio in that very small circle till the end, right? Nobody willing to swim. Everybody wants to fight. And hence this kind of result, just so great. There are a couple of teams, and more than that, having zeros in their pocket right now. APG just played for their ranks. They didn't get any eliminations. But GE, due to the last minute save by so many teams, they secured 9. I mean, like, for me, that's great. That's more than what they expected it to be.
Yeah, and I think like from the teams that have been able to sustain inside League Popka, you see most of them walking away with higher elimination points versus those coming in from the outskirts. And despite some of them being able to make it in, they get caught out because they were late into the scene. And just like that, in one round only, Asha Esports pushes all the way to the top with their second chicken dinner secured in week 1, and GE has been able to rise up to the top after another great showing. And that's also due to the fact that what we saw earlier today, FOD as well as Yangon Galacticos, they were absolutely not showing up for some of all these rounds, and that is starting to hurt them. Whereas Uncle PUBG tried to stop Asya, but they were the ones that has been eliminated very early on.
This is great. I mean, like, at least I scored 1 for my prediction.
Me too. Yeah,
we both did. We both did for a second map.
Yeah, things are going better, right? And I think like as it goes, things will basically smooth out as we intended to be. And hopefully, of course, with all these players now pretty much awoken from a crazy round in our angle, we definitely want to take a look at the second page as well to see what goes on here, because in that particular round, we start to see CFU, Vipers, Magna, as well as Game Labs step up, right? Like, they may not have actually make it to the top 5 in that round itself, but they have secured significant position points as well as some eliminations to be able to make that slow climb up there.
A bit of a late bloomer for the teams actually on the second page, but we do see when it comes to the middle of week number 1 here, they start to catch up, they start to adapt, they start to realize they can read the other team's composition and also their strategy and rotation wise. But speaking of the teams up there, I'm looking for OJ Esports might actually break a triple digit by the end of today. There's a high chance they actually do it, they're the closest to it. But the gap in between the teams, that's a high concern for me, because there's going to be more than half difference, even down to the last place. Now, Hyena Ravenwood got only 13 points. They did not play in the last map. But the thing is, can they catch up? So we got to wait and see in the next Erangel, because we're gonna have the break for a bit, and now after that we're gonna hear Contra break it down. But before that, we're gonna have the break for a bit. See you guys in just a tiny bit moment. Okay, see you guys after this.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the primal zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
Welcome back, folks, and this is the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall 2023. Once again, we got the beautiful Choo along with me, Contra, and we will be your duo for today that will walk you through all of these matches. But wow, that was an explosive match that Austria have been able to obtain so many points that they are now sitting at #1 spot, overtaking 5 of Danger.
And not just that, the gap in between first and second place is quite big, if you ask me, as a start in week #1. We're not even by the end of the week. It's still in the middle of the week. There's still a lot of game for these guys to catch up here. But like I mentioned earlier on before we head into the break, the gap in between the first and the last place is just huge. How to catch up to that?
Well, there's a few ways to do so. First, I don't know how you're going to do it, but aim for the guys at the top very early on, and maybe you can suppress them from moving forward, right? So, provided if they don't be taken out by some of these pursuits of their own. But of course, as we proceed forward, we'd also want to highlight to you guys once again that the brand new, the Ultimate Set is coming up really soon. So if you guys are in for more epic skins out there, you can definitely check out the Crimson Affiliates. And if you're not into that, then maybe you love yourself some dinosaurs.
Bring back Vikendi, bring back Vikendi. We had Dino Park in Vikendi, and this team is the best time to have Vikendi back. We miss the Dino Park. We miss those museums. Now please bring that back. But on top of that, we do have the Ducati. We haven't seen Ducati yet, which is already available for this guy. But so far, we haven't seen anybody land on any Ducati so far in this tournament.
I guess they really have to spend some of all these points to be able to get their own Ducati and zoom past their opponents. So I definitely want to see if there's going to be any one of them, maybe till the end of the week where they have more time to make those purchases. But you guys can definitely get your hands on some of that. And not only that, you can also get yourself the all-new RPA series that's currently available. And why it's absolutely a steal is because by just getting this new RP, you can get items worth more than 48,000 UC. You just save so much money out of that.
If you cannot afford that Ducati, at least you can afford the bicycle in that RP, right? I mean,
Yeah.
It's definitely an upgrade still against the Ducati. It's pink, so it's okay. And also back to as our next team, we do have the Dino Ground, like I mentioned before. I cannot not mention Vikendi when they bring this up. So I'm still waiting. We need one more map, please. But at the same time, that kind of reminds me also, back last year, they mentioned about the Dragon Ball cosmetics, so we haven't seen it just yet. I'm waiting for that to happen too.
Yeah, I absolutely hope that we do get that collaboration up online. But instead of going to Vikendi, of course, we're going to Angle, where you guys can still have a little bit of that Jurassic experience of your own. You go to your classic matches, but you're in pro play. No dinosaurs, but no problem. This time, we won't see Group B playing, and therefore, Matna Esports, Falcon, Kill Enemy, as well as Tarambe Bro will not be playing in this round. And I would also highlight that throughout the course of those past rounds, I think Group B has done pretty well, especially for Harami Bro. Sure, they had their struggle for the past couple of days, but look at the changes that they made and look at the progress for today. It's spectacular, and I think they definitely deserve a little bit of that break to actually see how they could assess Myanmar later on. And we have Matna that did well back in Sana, so things are good going. And not forgetting Falcon, which got in high points in these 2 rounds.
Yeah, like Group B, you have to give a lot of credit for these teams because they have been rising up the occasion. And also, I love how they separated KE and Harame Pro. The separation works so well between these two like they've been playing the first 2 days like a twin, and they have been just at each other's throat. I'm not sure about the next map. We cannot promise that to happen. Maybe we want to challenge again. But speaking of next, I mean, like, yeah, it would be fun to watch. But you know, KE always win in the CQC due to Sean Boy is just so good at getting those guns early. But for our next prediction, well, we do land. I just hope, I don't know if Ozja can actually get himself a triple digit starting off 100 over TGOA. Well, they are great today. I mean, like, their performance great, and APG on the other hand feels like they are dwindling down the road because a bit lackluster, honestly, coming out from my end.
Yeah, and like from the record of it, we're looking at GE. Sure, you can see some of all these stances early on may have actually favored them because other teams also did chip in. But this time, I think they're not going to leave anything to chance as well. And PBE is going to be emerging to play inside of this round of Angle. So we want to see how much can this team actually offer, as they are definitely one of the top dogs out there for the past couple of seasons back. And FV, a little bit more of that copium pick because I last saw them as much not going in with a high power, but they do usually pull in a little bit more of that ranking points to hit into that late game. And hopefully there is a fighting chance for them to climb up the leaderboards because currently they are positioned around 18 spots. So for now, of course, we want to see massive improvements coming from the past couple rounds, especially now without the presence of all these high-ranking teams like Harami Bro as well as Falcon from the past game, and not forgetting KE. I think there is a plethora of opportunities out there.
There's always a plethora of opportunity, like you mentioned, but whether they want to take it or not for the teams, that's for them to decide, honestly. And speaking of our next map, we're heading into our last Erangel of the day. So these is going to be the teams that are eyeing out for their best performance in the Erangel. I'm talking about FV included in this case. You mentioned about them being at the 18th place, and this is the map they feel strongest. When it comes to their presence, it's definitely very prominent in this particular map. Miramar, not so much. Honestly, on my end, they need to work on it. But back about Erangel, this is their chance to make it going. But for the other teams, a couple of teams dropping way early on top of shooting range. It's going to be Vipers. I'm always so close to saying vampires all the time. Vipers, CFU. I'm surprised Sin. Yeah, Sin is not playing. I assume this one is Group C playing. Yeah, they're supposed to be playing. I'm surprised that Sin not going on top of shooting range anymore. Maybe they just change their strategy when it comes in the middle of the week. But the rest of them, the usual, it's going to be two teams throwing SMB. One of it is going to be Ultra Esports. West by Mumbai, we're taking over Nova Repnoye. But I do want to keep my eyes locked onto Pachinki. KE will actually hover around that area, but is Harami Bro going over that side? Are they playing for Harami Bro? Just to check again. Yeah, they are playing. Where are they?
Well, Harami, it seems like Group B is not going to be playing.
Oh yeah, sorry for that.
Round. So
yeah, sorry
KE, Harami Bro, guess they have to sell those scores next time inside of Pachinki.
Oh yeah.
So that also means that FV, they've actually done their homework as well to take over Pachinki, where that is an absolute ghost town if they do not land there. So they will have a great amount of utilities to start off with. So that's great going for them. But once again, this flight path comes in from the north to the south again, and it's leaning more towards the eastern side. So it's kind of like tick 2 of perhaps what we last saw across the Baka, with a very different scenery as we see all these other teams race their way to victory.
You know, it's such a change of era. The moment you saw Pachinki is so vacant, nobody wants and willing to take it. Even the KE and also the side of Harami Bros not playing. And usually it's going to be FOD around this area as well. But usually FOD will come in very late. But yeah, I mean, like, nobody wants to be in the center anymore. It's all about playing at the rim, and it's all about the timing. Usually the players will start to play in the center when it's around the 4th stage of a circle. I think that's the best way to actually rephrase it, because fourth stage is always one of when the blue starts to hurt, right? Before that, it's
Yeah.
not so much, but it's different for Sunhawk, definitely. But when it comes to Ravenwood, Hyena Ravenwood, I just want to see for them for once to just go in and rush any teams that can possibly find. So far, they've been running away from the gunfights. I've been repeating myself for the past few days like a broken CD, but I just really hope they pick up the pieces and one step at a time, at least trying to pick off any sort of flankers out there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for this team to change so drastically, but from the looks of it, they can still play this out safely as it seems, but maybe be a little bit more proactive, right? We just want to see them going in for some of all these participations of fights, and from that point onwards, I guess what these teams could possibly do, especially with this circle not being too treacherous towards Ravenwood's position to move up towards the north. They can find something out of Yasnaya, maybe later on in shooting range as well, if they were to rotate towards that corner. Speaking of rotation into the North Point, on towards the northeast, or should I say northwest, Yangon Galacticos has already made their way into South George, where there is going to be an absolute landfill of utilities for them to be able to reap out of. There's not going to be any form of team surrounding this vicinity for the time being. YG, I think it's pretty interesting to actually see that, the couple of rounds that they played off didn't really yield much results. And of course, with them sitting out in the past Erangel match, this is where they need to start pushing again. Because if they don't, you start to see them slide even further down the chart, where from second position all the way down to eighth, there is going to be a lot of changes by the end of one round if they don't do well.
They have been the middle pack before Loki makes such a great play yesterday. They have been there, and then they just shoot right up after Loki just carried so hard by himself. But the thing about YG, I feel like their fundamentals are way stronger when it comes to Miramar, so I don't have that much expectation when it comes to Erangel itself. Whilst for Erangel, I think West Point Mama do have better grasp of the fundamentals coming into Erangel compared to all the other teams. And GE kind of balanced out both. And also on the other end, sort of the same, similar pattern with GE. These are the teams that they should put up to standard. The high caliber plays by these teams, their communications, their team play, how they move as a unison, it just works so well. And it feels like everything's so organized and so disciplined coming out from Monster Esports and GE especially. But I'm looking for FOD later on for their performance as well. So we gotta have to wait and see. And so far, it's always been the same names up there. We're talking about Osja Esports, GE, FOD, West Point Mamba, and maybe in between that, Sen, APG, and YG. But I do know for a fact, high fraggers that love to hunt people down as the start of the game. After they just start looting something up, and not even full loot that they have themselves, those gears. They start to hunt people down. It's going to be Enigma, even Magna. I love how Magna plays. They don't have a candle. Well, you're veteran or not, we're just going to crush you. They have that kind of mindset. We love it. And also coming up from possibly the next one will be playing as aggressive. It's going to be TGOA.
Yeah, and I really hope to see that. So far on the leaderboards, you can already see two nations currently thriving. Majority of it consisting inside the top 6 is from Cambodia. Meanwhile, of course, you also have Myanmar, where, of course, YG as well as GE played a big part in these past couple rounds. And, of course, not forgetting the Philippines, where we currently have West Point Mamba that have been able to claw their way back up with a massive performance back in Erangel on the past match. So if they get another good round, they can stand a chance to be in the top 3 as well by the end of it. So TGOA, they're slowly moving into the midfields of the cross-section between Isnaya, Pollyanna, as well as Rozok. So inside of these jungles is where it will be a little bit more difficult for them to handle with, because GE is currently trying to choke off some of all these sectors where teams would potentially rotate, but still very early on. I don't think that teams are too interested into committing to a full-blown 4 versus 4. So we see TGOA as well as GE. They will respect each other's territory. Can't really say the same for later on, though.
But at the same time, you know for a fact, the moment the teams leave their compound and get themselves a flat field to work with, and maybe an open space at that, they definitely try to hunt people down. I think what GE is waiting for is just those reposition from another duo coming up from a different angle entirely. But the circle shrinks straight into Roshog this time, which YG take the center of it for now. Saying good for HWG. CFU surprisingly have no contenders coming up from shooting range. If they stay there for a bit much longer, if the circle happen to be shifting towards the north, I think it's theirs to take. But at the same time, if they move way too in early, look at how crowded center already is.
Yeah, and Rozog is just gonna have a little bit more of a party over there later on, the longer that some of these teams take to make their rotation. Whereas everybody is starting to set foot onto some of all these areas where they are trying to have traps being laid out for teams out there. And you can already see Andrew zooming into the scope to try to find anybody that's gonna be cutting into Rozog. And this is going to be a prime area of play because that bridge right over there is going to be a death sentence to those that crosses the likes of YG later on. But for now, I think like there's not going to be too much of a drastic movement coming in from all the other teams out there. HWG, though, they're going to be taking over onto this gas station, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Sure, it is basically a choke point, but there are hills that teams could also cover to actually land some shots into that area. And certain teams would be able to crash over the wall. But for now, to hold out, I guess it's decent as they're splitting it 2-2. And HWG is slowly lurking behind the members of YG.
Well, the only thing that's stopping them from actually trying to push forward to a side of YG is going to be Martinet, who's taking the high ground there is and can see through what HWG is doing. And the side of YG, they don't want to and not willing to take the fight and challenge way too early on. This is where we start to talk about players and teams avoiding those unnecessary fights, unless if they need it to, unless it's a compulsory for them to actually cut across those teams to get where they want. And for now, I guess it's more to it's going around those fights. G Lab spotted out Magics. That's gonna be a splat, not just yet close enough. Malaysian player playing with the all coming out from Singapore. Used to be NC player Magics, now loan or I don't know transferred into AVI, and AVI having a bit of a grim start here as they're starting off the only person being eliminated early on. And nothing else happened, and just Blues start to eat out all the players who's a bit late into the center.
Yeah, I guess he's just caught out by surprise as well, especially moving so late into the zone. You would think that it's all cleared out, but at the same time, G-Labs happened to just pass by. And Game Labs, so far, setting up a great record from the past round in South Arangel. They're going to play Ring Around the Rosie as well, and they have a few options to make, whether to play from the southern areas of Rozog or even move up to the north. And you know, we were expecting a lot more visitors inside of Rozog. It seems like everyone else has gotten a very different idea where they think, hey, there's going to be a lot of people in Rozog, so why not we try to cut across to the north? And lo and behold, a lot more players are actually up north.
Everybody having the same mindset is kind of a problem here. We're talking about the north of Rozog. It's just too overcrowded. But looking on top of Rozog, surprisingly, it's super empty. It's vacant. Nobody's there. If only the circle shifted to its on top of Rozog on the southern part. Now, that's going to be a fun map to watch because it's going to be really big mess up there.
Yeah, everybody will have to cut into the city. Meanwhile, Holy Lodge
Wow!
all over the place. And I don't think he's going to walk out of that alive. A collateral of a crash. And Game Labs, just like that, secures 2 kills. And in the most unlikely of ways as well, now Ryman will eventually be picked up with Ravenwood joining in the party as well. Kimi will be on the ground for the time being, but the rest of PBE charges in, and they're looking to pick off FV as well.
It's the worst possible time for FB and Hyena Ravenwood at the same time. PBE, they got somebody knocked down there, down and bleeding out. But at the meantime, they do have the space to recuperate themselves. And for Hyena Ravenwood, this small shack is what saved them for now. It is basically their lifeline, and that's not gonna last much longer. For the nades coming up from the side of FOD, and watching a bit disappointed with those angles, but still, just accident happens, man, and he just eliminates his own teammate there, denying the points. Maybe that's a tactical move too.
True enough, but I don't think that there's going to be much of these angles to work with. Damage being done, but not quite in the favor of Ravenwood in essence, and FOD preys on the victims. Now, Ravenwood at least will have one member surviving. It's not going to be around, and CFU, they are taking over with nade being tossed towards easy, and FOD is currently in trouble.
CFU coming up from shooting range just now, going straight into a Thanksgiving feast here, where there's so many teams fighting against each other. Surprisingly, it's happened to be in this very small shack. Of all the places, compounds and building, it has to be here. And FOD easy knocked down. It's gonna be Vipers taking on FOD. Where did Vipers come from?
Oh, he hid inside a vehicle for the time being, and FOD, they hold their own. CFU, they're just crumbling with this push. One after another being knocked out, and you did not mess with 5 of Vegas for this reason. 1 versus 1 though. Nang doesn't have much health. He needs to heal up really quickly, and this is time for a push, and they will get it nonetheless. They eliminate FOD.
Oh man, laugh with support here. At the same time, this is going to be an endless graveyard. So many death boxes for you to loot from. But surprisingly, Hyena Ravenwood hardly left here alone. She still survived for the longest time. And what happened in the next circle? It shifted. Enigma got smart, and they just placed themselves in the center of Roshog as well, knowing for the fact nobody's coming up to the southern part. But a G-Lab taking out the back line. They're split into 2-2 formation for Enigma. Now they hop onto the vehicles. Might actually just go back to the southern part to help the rest of the teammate. Hopefully they will not be too late to give those extra support, because right now they are losing men. In the meantime, G-Lab, they have those higher grounds, so they can actually pick their teammate back up once being knocked down by Enigma back then. But Caps is taking the front line. He's tanking so much right now. But can the rest of the team knows exactly where and how to fight G-Lab, or just G-Labs just gonna go for disengagement? They don't want to be part of this anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're interested to be within the middle of the city anymore, but they can still basically play it from the outskirts, because that's going to be a safe haven for them from any form of a fire coming in from the rest of Enigma. As we did last saw, Liverwood having such a difficult time. The people up north are starting to settle the scores already, as things are starting to quiet down, but not so much for West Point Mamba, having Edward running the fields all by himself, but will not be shot just yet. The rest of West Point Mamba decides to be on the vehicles and will be moving into the areas of play instead. And I guess, like, TGOA, they're not in the best position, because eventually teams from the higher section of the hills will have to push downwards as well. So by hook or by crook, they will have to fight it out. Meanwhile, Federalis finds one, and we continue on with PBE, YG, as well as APG, stuck in a three-way warfare.
Northern people still not done yet. They're not going to move anytime soon. Look at how many teams up here, including Austria Esports, who got themselves a last chicken in and now struggling to just stay alive. But West Point Mamba, Vipers, and Sen. What a skerfuffle. This is just too much. And Vipers caught himself in a 2 versus 1 fight. Almost got one, but lucky enough, rain from afar. Managed to save his teammate, but they cannot stay here. HWJ have their eyes onto them. If they're not being careful, they have to fight against Austria Esports now. And this is the best time for them to push forward. But at the same time, there's too many teams. We talk about 5 teams here, Contra. And Raul happened to be... I don't know what happened to Raul, really. He dropped himself from vehicle, maybe being ambushed from afar, possibly.
Yeah, and I guess, like, there's a little bit more of that hive mind mentality that we talked about earlier, that everybody wants to play up the north thinking that it's safe, and apparently it's just a cluster of teams that's going to be there, and now they're kind of stuck in this situation where battles will have to take place no matter how they're gonna play around this one. And Asha, despite that, they will have to play from the rim of the circle again, this time with a little bit more of that elevated vision from the hills. But I guess from where they are, it's still gonna be safe because the circle no longer gravitates towards Rozak, but more towards the northern points of the field instead. So they just have to keep their eyes on HWG for the time being.
But at the same time, they don't have to focus too much on what's at the back. And they do have this curve. It's not really a flat field. They sort of have small bump of the hill. They can actually take covers from it and take into use of those terrain. But coming up from APG, they just finished off the last play of PBE. You mentioned about PBE before. They're not so hot compared to last season. Maybe because of Ranked and Demigod Snowmore in that lineup. But they definitely secured themselves last chicken yesterday. Coming from APG, shredded almost his helmet, and the rest of APG will have to help his teammate up first before they try to take another go against all the other teams. HWG, on the other hand, split into 1-2-1, but TGOA, they have different mindset entirely, going for the rush against GE, who's than welcomed them with a barbecue.
And there's just so much going on at TGOA. They decided to crash into the wrong sector. And just like that, got eliminated. And here comes the new challenger, Vipers. They have been watching like a hawk. And instead, there's still G from the outskirts. 2 down, more to go. Master Smile takes one for the team. But the rest of Vipers, they are slowly crumbling, thinking twice about their decision. They still have 3 members left. And West Carry, he will use this opportunity to go in for a pickup. And they will lose DJ in return. But at least these exchanges have been carried out so well that Vipers can still overwhelm them.
I almost said they might actually have very charming luck today if they're being saved by HWG in that process. But unfortunately, this time they work out just how they did in the last map of Erangel. Vipers managed to secure those small house, but at what cost? Because right now they might actually caught themselves in a trap. The moment they step out, there'll be more than one team having their eyes onto them. Also, Esports, on the other hand, they're being very patient. They play around this terrain, knowing it's a bit of a curve. They cannot spot them at the other end. So all they need to do is just try to flank it as much as possible, wait it out, wait for the other teams to open fire, and just trying to be the third party as much. But the Mushroom Tower, Nigma will secure that one out because they just outnumbered the other team.
Yeah, and that was a great spectacle to behold as well, where, you know, this team may have actually seen a little bit of that struggle early on inside Rozak and finally to close the score against the rest of Game Labs. Meanwhile, one member out of West Point Mamba is hiding and lurking around the corner of the bridge, being unspotted, and the only team that can spot him out is going to be Enigma. That will be a deal to be settled for later on. And Vipers, they have not stopped gunning for all these form of points. And mind you, they've already got 9 total elimination points in this round itself. We're definitely going to see a lot more coming in from the boys later on. But trouble looms ahead as they will have to propel forward and they will have to go into the territory of Yangon Galacticos. Exit playing as solo as well as Mix. I guess there is a little bit more of an entry point for them. The question is, how are they going to remain safe, especially for Mix playing from the south side? So we fixate our eyes on the crowd over in the north.
Speaking of Mix, if you want to go over that bridge, there's also another team close by. If I'm not mistaken, it was West Pamumba, just nearby, right? There's also APG. Now, if you notice, Exit loves to separate himself from the rest of the team. Knowing that he's a very good flanker, he barely misses. He's one of the best players in this league right now. And he just knows where to see Mix from. And that's going to be really tough for Mix to get out from that really tight spot. But back to the side of Vipers and West Point Mamba. Enigma kept swimming over while being knocked at the same time. Mix holding his last breath. Couldn't hold on much longer. It was Enigma next to them. They got and secured another point. But we're down to only 6 teams here. But the moment they open fire, that's going to be APG getting those intel and start to rush into that certain vicinity at the same time. But also Esports taking a fight against HWG.
And HWG, they just set it up a little bit of a bait with a drive-by from Yahiko. He given himself away, but HWG goes in for a trade 1-for-1 at the very least, and they know that Scry's position has already been compromised, being outside of the playing field. And HWG can use this information to basically suppress him and force him away. So great measures coming in, though they had to pay the price of one. So us Esports still in a little bit of predicament here. Scry literally coming down to 1 HP left. You can't even see his health bar.
That's 0.1% of HP left, and he doesn't have any first aid bandages, not even bandages, in his bag right now. Hopefully he can find himself a couple of death boxes laying around and can just loot up from there and get himself a bit more HP to work around with. But with the blue zone coming in this fast,
oh boy,
I doubt he will survive.
Neither do I, and HWG is just trying to make ends meet here using the vehicles, and Alpha has already dropped out. YG suppressing them from moving anywhere further. Meanwhile, the rest of Viper is hoping to secure more of all of these simulation points, and looks like nothing much has changed too much for some of all these players out there, and have been able to get rewards out of Angle as YG as well as APG are the ones with the most members remaining here in the final few zones. Enigma, Vipers, as well as HWG, they do have casualties of their own, but if they play their cards right, there's still a little bit of a chance, but can't really say the same about HWG. Mewtwo on the outskirts, picking up a vehicle, and he's trying to make it work, but it's not going to be. And Vipers will be able to suppress them, and now down to our top 4.
Two teams having full squad, YG and APG. YG and APG, the one that we thought will actually score in the last one, finally make it up for their loss in the previous map with a full squad still going in very strong. But Enigma, we do know they do have the firepower. QB, Caps, and Pass trying to go form and sort of a triangle. But APG knows this better. They split at exit 1 to 3. One with 3 other players. While the side of Vipers, all they need to do is just wait. They do have the high ground, so probably they don't have the time. They cannot wait too long here, but at the same time, they need to wait for others to start fire first. If not, they'll be discovered the moment they just start to roll down those hills. But they are smart. They're going for the flank instead of straight cutting into the circle.
Yeah, and YG, they're just compromising the entirety of this sector itself. That is almost unlikely that teams can basically penetrate the building at any given point of moment. And the only team to do so is APG, like you said, going for a little bit more of a segregated attack, and perhaps that might actually overwhelm one side of YG. But with this 2-2 split, things are just working pixel perfect for Yangon Galacticos as they're looking to put themselves back on track after a dismal run back in Sana.
Nobody's willing to take a peek first. Nobody's willing to open fire first. But Caps will be the bane for APG. But I definitely feel like Exit knows exactly where those shots coming out from before. He got his focus on the other side, but the rest of APG will focus on what's in front. YG is just a bit too far for the rest of APG to spot them out. They do have this really ridiculous terrain in between. They're so uneven. You barely can see anybody's across that end. But Exit, he's reunited with his own team right now, trying to move as a 4. Working as a unit, trying to find for YG first, leaving Caps and Pass so much space to have a bit of a reset for them, especially for the side of Caps. He's pretty low just now, barely make it into the circle, might actually got chipped down by the blue zone, and 8 more seconds they will start to run.
Yeah, they don't really have all too much time to actually lawyer around. The rest of Anchor PUBG is just circling them like eagles as well, but they're turning into the position. Meanwhile, Andrew finds one in the form of a member of Vipers being knocked down, and now with all that attention being given away, you can see that Pass is interested to also seal the deal if he can basically push up forward. Well, Yangon Galacticos, they have that high ground advantage, and they will pull through more than these nades being thrown against rain. And currently, YG will be the one that will be suppressing all the other teams from advancing forward.
I feel like it's going to be APG versus YG by the end of the day, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Enigma is just unspotted by all these guys because they're just too busy focusing on what's in front. Viper's Rain left alone right now as Loki trying to fight and find him out. Manette, on the other hand, giving so much intel to a side of Exit. At the same time, and it's going to be difficult for Loki to just shut down on Rain, but he's barely got himself any cover. This one, never mind. Loki just finished it off straight off the bat. Now YG secures himself 10 eliminations, or maybe also, I'm not sure exactly the numbers back, but Andrew now finding out one of the best frag of APG, and this is it. If they can shut down on Exit, this is where they want to say we go.
Yeah, and Anchor PUBG, they really hold back for way too long, and Enigma have been able to suppress him. Overwhelm pushing up top to heal, and Pass comes in for a quick restock as well. Seems like he won't be able to spot one more member outside of APG, doing a little bit of damage towards Sonic, and Sonic, he's got nowhere to run. Caps finding the final tap on him to knock him down, but Pass is in trouble as well. He's got a crate to protect himself, and the rest of YG is advancing forward. YG, 4-man strong, and they're slowly closing out the game.
Oh, this definitely is going to be their chicken to take. But with APG gone, it's going to be left with Enigma. And Enigma, you have to give so much respect for Caps and Pass. They have been lost this long just working as a duo, but the nades come raining down to the side of Caps and Pass now. All they need to do is just go in for the rush, or maybe not. YG do have a 4. They barely get to see them picking on the other side. Monet got himself a flank side. They're not aware of this. Monet will be the one that backstabbing them, and they will be taken by surprise. Here comes the rush. They are closing in, trying to secure this chicken. Loki still trying to help his mate a bit later for the reaction, but they couldn't shut down on Pass. Playing a bit of ring around the rosy, but finally, YG is back.
YG is back with Chicken Dinner, baby, and now they will chase up against the rest of their opponents, like Five of Danger, and of course, gunning in for the top. And with Yangon Galacticos' precision in this match itself, you saw they built the top kills of Rozok from the get-go, and they play it with a very simplistic mindset, right? Like, they didn't really have to rotate all too much. They hold their ground and have all that position being taken in a 2-2 formation, and the moment that they reach that late game, they just got all these teams choked out by the rip of the circle, and there's just not much that all these other teams can really go up against these teams. You saw a team even like Anchor PUBG being unable to do much against Yangon Galacticos.
Mernat, or used to be called as Marne, now getting himself once more. Maybe he's running and aiming for the gunslinger again, or maybe even the MVP of the season. But this guy is definitely one of the greatest, strongest assets for YG. He's deserving for this MVP this time. 800 over damage. He only secured 4 eliminations. Imagine how many teams try to steal away those eliminations from his hands. Not just that, Vipers rising up to the occasion this time. We barely see Vipers getting the top 5, but today has been that day.
That's right, and I think they can only do even better when they do move into Myanmar. And I guess, like, from all these points inside of Angle, it really helps them a lot throughout the course of the week in order to be able to stay competitive. Whereas, of course, with the presence of all these other top members out there like YG, it has been a relatively difficult ride for some of them. But interesting to note for the fact that in the early stages of the game, some of these teams have been able to secure a lot of all these takeoffs from the outskirts. And by the time that we reach stage 5, we already see 10 teams remain.
I mean, it's super fast for the start. It's kind of okay in the mid, and it slows down in the ending. Usually that's the case here when it comes to the wildcard these days, even in Sandhog. But back to his Vipers, this was not an easy round for them. We're talking about them being challenged so many times. You remember the small shack earlier on where so many teams died there? At first it was Hyena, Ravenwood, and then there's the Vipers, and there's so many teams. I think there's 6 teams died down there.
Yeah, I think that starts to become an issue where some of all these areas of play should not be a form of priority when it doesn't even offer you a great cover overall. But I think Vipers, you gotta give kudos to them because they have been so proactive in getting all these form of hunting spree working out for him. Whereas Yangon Galacticos, they kept it simplistic. They just hold on to their fortress, and by doing so, they got that perfect 20 points.
And for the side of YG, that was almost a flawless run, if you ask me. All four of them still well and alive. It's just a last-minute thing, you know. Enigma happens to be very smart. You have to give also credit for Enigma holding on such a long time while waiting for Vipers to be finished off. Same goes for APG. They were there trying to reset themselves, but Paz was so smart playing around those eels just now. So hard to shut him down. The rest of the entirety of the team of YG have to go in together just to make sure he's gone. But back towards our scoreboard across this chart right now, Ozja Esports is just 1 point away from YG. Anytime now they can just overrun these guys and take that #1 spot. But the gap between the first and the 10th place, I think it's still quite significant. According to, I think starting from the 7th and 8th place, we can see a bit of a stretch of a gap. 9 and 10, there's going to be another gap to fill in.
Yeah, I guess like with more rounds to be played out later on, there are going to be teams that might just be taking a little bit of that break. So we will start to also see teams like Falcon maybe stepping up once again, because they will have been out of this angled match, and hopefully in Myanmar they'll be able to do better. And with the biggest improvements coming out from HWG in this particular round, they start to rise up to cut into the top 50. They want to make sure that they get into the grand final, so they just have to hold on to this position at the very least. But you gotta also battle it out to get that slot seeded into the C finals overall. So you gotta start showing your fangs, just like how Vipers actually did in this particular round.
Now, what worries me is going to be for YG, even though they are not really for YG. It's more, who was #1 just now again? Was it FOD?
I believe it was from
a very short-term memory loss.
no, Austria Esports.
Yeah,
Austria
Esports. Thank you so much.
They're
now,
just 1 point away.
Now, the thing is, Austria Esports played 11 matches already for now, and YG is just 1 point difference between them, and they actually don't have enough matches to play yet. So I think if they want to do something about it, Austria Esports want to secure that #1, they have to really push all in and all out when it comes to the next Miramar map. And for the teams that are actually on the second page, most of them finish off 11 matches already, so they should be more than aware. They need to put everything on their table by now.
That's right. And of course, when we move into Miramar for our upcoming match, these are the teams to look out for. So as much as FOD have had a blunder hitting into Erangel, I guess like this is the moment that they can redeem themselves in this particular match, alongside with YG, Austria, as well as GE. These are basically telling you that the teams that have always been aggressively playing from the start all the way to the end have been able to thrive in tough environments like Miramar, and I think things like this will remain to be unchanged.
But speaking of unchanged, will be really unchanged here, because Austria Esports next map in Miramar will be their last map for the day. So if they really want things to be kept as it is as #1, they need to start really go crazy in this next map, because yes, we still have 2 more days to go when it comes to our entire week of week 1, and we don't have Group E playing in the next one, which is going to be APG, Esports, Vipers Clan, TGOA, and GameLab Alpha, who scored themselves their chicken for today. So the 2 days remaining, especially for the team on the second page, they could really have to put a lot of work into it. And not just that, you need to open up the gap to be securing that #1 spot when you don't have any more games to play by the end of the day.
Yeah, I guess that for a team like Austria Esports, they don't seem to be the team that usually overheats from what we have seen, because they like to play from the outskirts, and when they do have a certain nice area to hold out from, they will be able to do so. So I think they should stick to their main formula in order to retain that #1 position. But I look at other teams, especially from the past round, that have worked really hard to get up on the charts, and I'm looking at West Point Mamba, Enigma, as well as KE to be back on the field here inside of the vast plains of Miramar to be able to thrive.
I just hope this is the prediction for today, because just now you predicted YG in the first map and they got it in the third map. I just hope it will not be tomorrow. It will not be delayed for your prediction, okay?
Hopefully.
So far, starting off, map number 1, G-Lab got themselves a first Sun Hawk chicken dinner. Ozja Esports land themselves the second in a wrangle. YG got themselves in the last map just now. And speaking of Miramar map, we do know for a fact there are some teams do prefer to play in this map more than the others. This is going to be their forte here, including GE and including in West Point Mum will be under the radar as well. But for KE, why do you want to predict for KE in this round?
Well, just looking at their track record so far, they have back in the past been able to thrive in most of the maps that they played. Sure, things may have not looked to be the smoothest here in this particular season, but Miramar, from the last time I saw them, they've been able to show us that, hey, when it comes down to playing long range or even mid range, they've been able to contest really well. So no more pesky DPS fights, I hope. That could be a good starting point for the rest of KE to be able to at least get some back to return. And I think like West Point Mamba, this is basically one of their solid strongholds when it comes down to playing around the field of Miramar. So I think like these, to me, WPM is probably my safest pick out of the three.
Good luck with no DBS games. It's something that I think we should kind of ponder. I mean, like, no way. There's no way there's no DBS. We do know for a fact whether it's a big map, small map, humongous map, it's still going to be DBS. And as long as they didn't nerf it, they will use what's not broken. We use it while it's broken, right now. But on side of Enigma, I'm looking forward. Today, Enigma has been very quiet if you compare to yesterday's performance.
Yeah, and I think like when it comes down to rotations, they were a little bit slow to match up to some of all these teams when they were hoping to take position. And you saw back inside of Erangel, they tend to struggle because they were moving in from Rozok. They have managed to catch out some of these members coming in from the south, but little by little, they slowly lose members off because they're just not really in the right position. But when they are having, say, open grounds to play, this is where it changes everything for Enigma. I feel Enigma is a lot more confident when they do have all four of them that can basically coordinate everything down the line. I mean, same can be said about other teams, but Enigma definitely does thrive when they can have good positioning to themselves.
Now, I believe Enigma also, in my case, I feel like they will be one of the teams that might actually breaking the record of 18 eliminations, making more than that, maybe even 20 eliminations for that team. But I don't know if they can keep up with this momentum because all the team is starting to heating up. And if they start to cool down here, it's going to be tough because once you start to cool down, to re-warm up again would take so much time for them. Hopefully they didn't just go cold this time. But I do want to point out something about West Point Mamba. I realized when it comes to the first few days, we did see Migs and Michi happen to be playing alongside with West Point Mamba as a whole roster. But for today, surprisingly, starting yesterday, I think, they separated Migs and Michi. So I'm not sure if this is actually something that I love or just something that I wish I can avoid more in the future, because I do love to see Migs and Michi play more together, but it feels like they've been alternating, swapping in and out. Maybe just to give more Gerald for the exposure. Not taking credit away from Gerald, he's like an incredible player, yes. But it feels like their chemistry is gelling more well with Michi, Migs, Federals, and the Mars playing.
And just by looking at West Point Mamba, I guess like there was a particular round where we did see both of them playing together, which definitely have worked well, so that did back up the fact. But I guess currently in West Point Mamba's position, right, they're within that top 4, top 5 type of ratio of a threshold. They can kind of afford to experiment what really works best for them before the grand finals comes up into some of all these days. So for the time being, I guess like West Point Mamba, no matter what they're doing right now, they're still in a level of comfort that they're willing to experiment and take a certain type of risk, and you still see quality gameplay coming from West Point Mamba. So I guess like that's what I really do like about this team. And as for the meantime, you see other teams for today don't really have that same form of consistency. Okay? Like, one, especially for 5 of Ages, but this is basically their playground, which I definitely understand. Moving into this map in particular, they are definitely one of the hot favorites to take the game.
Yeah, AFO they pretty much balance out in almost every single map, but which one they prefer most. But back towards our grouping, we do have our double Miramar back-to-back after this. That's going to be the last map of the day, which we won't be having Group E playing APG, Esports, Vipers Clan, the guys of Asian, and Game Lab Alpha. But this is also the last game and the last map coming up from Group A. Here we go again, or HWG, and we HWG, yeah, VMPX, Osja Esports, and PBE. Now, speaking of PBE, I feel like there's something missing. There's some sort of a big factor that I don't know, unknown factor. Is it firepower? I don't really think so. They do have the firepower, but it feels like they lack of confidence due to this new dynamic. Even though it's not so new for their lineup, H2R and Cool has been there for the longest time as subs before, swapping in and out with Demi, God, and also Ranked in the last season. But it's just playing with this whole lineup of H2R and Cool feels like they are a bit not so confident when it comes to hesitation. You can see they are doubting about their decision making in the game itself.
Yeah, I guess, like, remember we talked about WPM and expectations. I feel like right now there's not too much pressure for PBE. Like you said, they've already made the qualification notice already. So this is just basically, to them, maybe viewing it more of a scrim instead, where they're just trying to see what works, what does not work. Though we have seen a couple of instances where, it didn't work out. So I hope that they can actually show us the serious note moving into the final 2 Miramar rounds to really give maybe a little bit of a taste of what's in store for all the other teams out there when they do play in the later stages of the league.
Well, hopefully it's not too late if you're talking about later stages, but I do know for a fact Vipers recently dropped into Los Eagles in this map. Now, I do want to see if there's any changes of drop spot when it comes to the Miramar map based on their adaptation regarding all the other teams' initial drop spot. Maybe they have to give it away their most familiar places because they just cannot take the heat too early on. But we're walking straight into Miramar after this, our second last map of the day in day number 3, week 1 PMPL Wildcard, South Asia 4.
Sun's going down here wherever you are in Southeast Asia, but in Myanmar it's always sunny side up as we are moving in with a flank coming in from the north point, or should I say northeast, all the way into the sector of prison. Up till today we've yet to see circles into that prison sector, but most often than not, I guess like teams are definitely looking forward to have more of the playing field to be centered around the middle of sectors of the Miramar. But Los Leones, I want to keep my eyes on how many teams actually decides to take on the big city itself and what sort of fights are we actually getting in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, it's something that, we're trying to get a grasp about how many teams on Los Leones the past few days. But for the circle case, it's going to be a lot of El Pozo for the past few days, except for one. Now, it's going to be yesterday, only one time we do have sort of an Impala circle around there somewhere, but the rest of it mostly coming out from El Pozo. So I'm not surprised if we ended up there again. So I'm not surprised if a lot of teams leaving Los Leones a bit early due to this sort of a bit long journey for them to get into El Pozo. But like I mentioned before, there'll be some teams. At first, there's nobody dropping themselves on top of Los Higos, not so much. But this time we do have Magna taking around Los Higos, a bit isolated away from the rest of all the other teams. But this time we have very northern circle. Imagine if we have an Oasis circle, that would be great. That's going to be a rare one.
Yeah, and I guess like this is going to be a very, very difficult scenario for a lot of all the other teams that have already dropped on towards the south side. Meanwhile, this is a perfect scenario for a team like Enigma because they got the whole north sector all to themselves where we're just looking at a bird's eye view of everybody coping with the dusty dunes. Ravenwood will be going up close and personal with the rest of Harami Bros, as they are both larving around the top end of Chumachera, and the past couple of fights didn't work out all too well for Ravenwood, but for Bros, we saw them ending rounds with high-flying colors, with a lot of frags. So I'm not sure if Ravenwood should even think of taking a fight against them.
Recap what happened to Ravenwood in the last one. They almost won that fight with a very small shack that they put their lifeline onto it. But it's just the accident happened with those nades. But West Point Mamba taking a straight first blood by Michi against CFU Gaming. And that was Aaron. He's one of the veteran players as well. But West Point Mamba, well, got themselves fortunate enough. I think they just charged into as a player who's happened to be the scouter, or just trying to clear up some, you know, trying to find vehicles. Possibly that's the case. Usually you just let your players loose to find yourself vehicles in any possible way as fast as you can. So maybe that's the case coming up from CFU Gaming and West Mamba. I mean, lucky. Yes, you're fortunate to see that player happen to be running around by himself, but to secure those kills still requires a lot of skills. So, I mean, yeah, it's a good day for them. It's a good Mirama map for West Mamba.
Yeah, and as they start off on a positive note, I wonder if they do make it pretty far into this matchup, where we, of course, last saw this circle being a little bit more difficult for a majority of these teams, but for West Point Mamba, I guess it should be all too worrisome to at least kick off on that form of note. Now, we take a look at Austria for the time being, as you did mention. This is going to be their last game of the night. And who do you think out of the four that's playing for today from Austria has been capturing your attention the most?
Okay, I'm going to point out yours is going to be Astro Axe. For Tash, she loves Skynin because she loves the interview with Skynin back then. For me, I do love Renzo, honestly. I feel like he's a bit... how do I say this? A bit of understatement coming up from the side of Renzo. He's always the one who opened up so much space for the team. And always the one who flanks and gives so much support. And not just that, he always knocks people down, but he just, you know, he's playing his part as a support flanker. He just making sure he got his jobs done and knock people down, and just make sure that he trying to find for the others who's still trying to shoot them down instead of trying to finish off all those knockdowns. So I think, you know, sometimes you have to give more extra love for those supports.
Yeah, I absolutely love your point, because he's been the backbone of the team as well. Where you need him the most, he's always there lending help. And not only that, also securing rounds by himself. And Caps, he's gotta get the heck out of there, dealing with all four members of Falcon all by himself. Now, Caps, if there's any time to have a DPS, it's right now, but he's got a Thompson in hand. Damage been done. No members of Enigma within sight, and they've already got their monster truck, but not even considering giving him a pickup. But Enigma, I thought they will have a good run into this Myanmar, because they drop in the north, and now they lose one.
Well, that's the thing. Even though you drop yourself in the north and the circle happen to be on top of you, you have to be expecting those unwelcome visits by all the other teams. And especially, I think they are separated right now because they're trying to find themselves vehicles. This is usually the case of the first few fights, because they're trying to get themselves vehicles as fast as possible. Some of them didn't even loot themselves just for the sake of those vehicles, because you know this is a huge map. And speaking of huge map, Magix, he's being eliminated way too early in the last map. Not the case again, or will it be a deja vu?
Oh, seems like he does have a little bit more protection coming as his vehicle, so he will try to move out of the way, but this is the problem where you're driving through some of the most treacherous terrains off the fields, and Magic's forced to actually ditch that vehicle away and have to go barefoot down the hill, where the rest of Falcon hunting them down like a hawk. And I guess it's all about a matter of time, unless if the rest of FV wants to find a way to actually help him out. And you made a damn good point, right? Like, it's been multiple times that Magix have been caught off guard all by himself, that I feel like as a scout, perhaps he needs a little bit more of support.
I personally think he's just trying to go for vehicles and just happen to be nearby that compound and just loot some stuff out of it. And just the perfect timing that he's being finished off as well. It's just that case in multiple times. So many teams, 3 teams actually lost one of their players due to this very reason. But Trixie caught Enigma Cooper out of nowhere. But I'm not surprised why 2 teams going against AV at the same time. Where are they? How is it 2 different teams going at different angles here?
I guess they're from the valleys of a very high hill, perhaps. But for now, I guess there's just not too much of an action coming in from FV to be able to retaliate as well. They're just running away from all these fights where even when they want to fight back, they're not really in the right position to do so. So I guess like this is that form of predicament that they're probably in for now. Whereas West Point Mamba, they finally make their journey into the north, and Falcon so far have been finding everything that they can in order to secure those points, and so far walking away with 3 points already to kickstart their round in Europe.
Where did they dig those 3 points? They definitely got 2 points out of the teams. Maybe that's going to be FV or Enigma. Another one, maybe they just got really early on, just one player trying to find those vehicles again. But for Hyena Ravenwood, I'm not sure what their tactical are right now. We haven't seen the best of them yet. We haven't seen them warming up just yet. I just hope, yeah, they will be late bloomers, but with this sort of format, you cannot afford to be too late into the party, and this is just a bit too late now since it's the middle of the week already and they haven't scored that much just yet. But Ryan, one interesting view from above, coming up very strong, trying to just force FOD take the fight, but at the same time, they do have the blue zone to deal with.
Yeah, Five of Danger is not really having a good time right now with such a huge setup coming from PBE. Remember what we talked about during the predictions as well, where we talked about both of these teams and PBE needing to show up at this time. They will show up with all 4 crashing into the warehouse, into the war tanks as well, to secure kills against FOD. I'm wondering if this is going to be a little bit too dangerous for them, but apparently not. FOD decides, you know what, it's better to remain safe and just forsake one of our teammates.
I just hope they don't walk into another layer of Lion's Den or something like that, because they're running away from another fight, just get into another and just trying to run from the other and just hop into another. I'm like, that's going to be really unfortunate for them. What are your odds to have to go through that?
Oh, it's just absolutely bad luck, right? Today really wasn't the right day for members of the side of FOD. They've been losing too many too early as well. So I guess they gotta improve on their decision making on whether if a fight is actually worth taking or when do you actually decide to rotate. Especially in the fields of Myanmar, it's always gonna be dangerous as you're trying to set your points from A to B, and in between, there's always gonna be somebody there stopping you on the track.
Speaking of bad juju,
oh no.
This is really bad juju for FOD. I don't know what else they need to do. They need to just go take a shower and just wash off all those unfortunate events alongside with it. We've mentioned about them running away from one fight, now walks into another. It's going to be KE waiting on the high grounds and now leaving with only Joseph to deal with this everything by himself so early on. This definitely will be detrimental for when it comes to overall rankings. They barely actually hold on to number 1 spot at the start of the day. They're now being pushed down to maybe even for the 5th or even the 6th place by the end of the day.
Yeah, and remember you were saying like, hey, there was a huge gap, right, between number 1 and number 2, and then the gap have already been closed out by Asia, and then now suddenly you see the rest of Five of Danger, they're not being a threat anymore to the top of the table. And they cannot afford to keep dropping games like this for tomorrow and the matches thereafter, where all the other teams are really not showing any form of compromising. WPM, though, they're in such a great position against Sin, who's currently on the lower end of the field. As to the positioning for Sin, I don't think that they can move off of that terrain for the moment. And here comes Federalis. He's just going to find a certain angle to crack open the case by the corners of that gas station.
Now, they will patiently wait inside. For the side of FOD, at least they managed to pick up his teammates. I'm surprised he's not being finished off early on, since Joseph was a bit far and he's being knocked down. But maybe the distance between them is just really fortunate enough to pick themselves back up again. If they work as a duo so they can survive, he's alone, then a lot of question mark on top of that. But Nang will fire back this time. He had it enough running now. I want to fight. And Funny scores one on Federal as one of the top fragger for West Point Mamba. But the thing is, the curvature of the terrain itself, just making sure they cannot see through what's happening on the up top. So Ermas can easily pick his teammate up. But on the side of Sin, due to FOD incidents, they can actually build this vicinity and going untouchable for now. They got themselves repositioned in a place where they do have high advantage if compared to the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, they can move out of harm's way very easily. So, meanwhile, the rest of YG tries to move all top of that spot of the hill, but will be caught out by some of the members coming in from Harami Bros. HWG have a little bit of a struggle of their own, but there's only coming in from support. Now, as much as he is all alone, he's fighting as if he's got his whole team on his back. So I wonder how much can they do, but, well, I'll take that back. Yahiko just blows him out with a nade. And that is all that she wrote.
HWG definitely is happy about that, but Bro starts to fight against AV, who lost Magics early on, leaving only one player. They finish off Tricks, but Goblin from Falcon just spotted out Sin. Where we saw they were alive and well just now, but feels like Kaler will actually try to fight back. There will be counter fire. Raul stuck in between these two teams and make it even 3 or 4 because YG lurking around and you are solo. You have to be calm and composed for now. Goblin will be picked up by Cloud, but at the same time, Sin want to have a wrap. They want to force the fight, brute forcing their way in with Goblin being knocked down by Claire. At the same time, so many teams around them and the Blues and happen to be squeezing their life out in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, Falcon continues to be so aggressive even despite them actually losing one. Here comes the grenade being tossed towards the lower side of the hill. And Falcon, they will continue their pursuit forward, but this is going to be a little bit more dangerous if they were to advance further on. The rest of Sin, they're now being stuck behind, and there's going to be West Point Mambas overlooking the hills as that Mini 14's being pointed into its direction. St. Cloud will land that grenade over on the side of Kaler, and this is where Moy will have to find ways to actually help his teammates, but with all the death being thrown out, they're not given the chance. Sin, they just got to fight this off against Falcon.
Do they have the time though? Moy trying to buy as much as possible space for the team to have a pickup, but Falcon will not allow it. Here comes forcing and the pressure is real, but Moy with a micro Uzi. It's been a while we see those micro Uzis to work, but it will not work out right for the side of Sin as they're being eliminated at 15 plays, but Falcon is not a done war yet. They are having a bit of a battle with the blue zone.
Yeah, not only that, they're on a rampage as well. And there is going to be West Point Mamba that's going to be lurking at the site. And Ravenwood, they do actually find a couple attacks upon members on the side of Harami Bros. And we already see some improvements coming in from the way that they've been able to practically play this one out. Bro being suppressed, but they will still have range to push up. And this is where they will be able to at least go in for decent exchanges. Damage being done. They do get 2 knocks. And Ravenwood, they will only have to rely on Baby to get this done. And Baby goes in for the exchange as well.
Oh, it happens to be PBE nearby, taking advantage. Troll is definitely trolling, and PBE just backstabbing Ravenwood from behind. This is not great. They're being sandwiched between these teams. And they barely making it out with their scores right now. But at least they're not being eliminated for now just yet. As AV just obliterated by another team. PBE still taking a bit of a fight against Ravenwood. But HWG now start to move against Falcon. GE having the sharing same compound with Enigma. Just between those walls. Have to work out these mazes. But Master Ichi tried to flush them out. Bringing those Mollies to work. Carry trying to find himself somebody to be just flushed out, but never mind that. YG taking on Ozja while GE keeps it going. Ozja will want to be part of this, but they're a bit far. But GE fighting against one QB, why not? QB, good luck with this.
And QB will bow out as well. There goes the rest of Enigma onto 12. And while that was happening, it seemed like Falcon, despite them going so aggressive in the early rounds, it seemed like they overheated and eventually have dropped out right before Enigma gets taken out as well. So things are slowly settling in, whereas the fight is still not over yet between some of the members of PBE as well as Harami Bro. Now they're crashing into the compound of where Kimi is at. 2 versus 1. Not going to be a fair fight at all for Ravenwood, but MM, he drives right past, bullets being shot right at him. And this is where the circle is going to be, in between the water treatment area, and that's where GE have full control over on the only compound of the area.
At the same time, YG and Ozja is just breathing down their necks. We're talking about those high grounds, and a lot of them will coming up on the same angle as well. Bros, on the other hand, try to just wipe out the rest of YG just now, while PBE finally have a rep against Ravenwood. Will be eliminated. At least they don't go empty-handed this time. But Bros, on the other hand, were forced to push themselves out. Maybe take a bit of the blue zone, but this smoke up vehicle will not last long. Especially if they try to get themselves in between YG and Ozja. That's going to be them getting into their own grave.
Yeah, and it seems like they're really thinking twice about going for this push, and this time they finally have decided, hey, we've already get one knock and they're inside the smoke. We can slowly pursue it from a different angle to clip the rest of YG while they are not really watching it. And here we go, a crash into the shack, and immediately depletes as it all erupts. And that is to their own demise, running in with a broken engine.
They don't have that much options. In that case, they don't have any vehicles extras lying around. They have to take what they have and what they can do. They turn out so well for them. And unfortunately for them, it's going to be really tough to make it out from here on. HWG taking a fight against West Point Mambo. Still is a 4. And Alpha knocked down on Federal. As an Amas. What is happening for West Point Mamba? I thought they were okay, but HWG happens to be ambushing them from behind. And PBE now, after done with Ravenwood, now taking a fight against YG. Non-stop for now. PBE taking the high grounds. Nobody giving them enough attention, and they just rip everything they can see. Feels like a Thanksgiving day for PBE for now.
Yeah, absolutely, and just like that, these presents are slowly starting to stack up. 7 points in particular for PBE, and you know, when we say that there were no shows in the early part of the day, but when it comes down to Myanmar, they are here to really play their hearts out. And KE, they do have a little bit more of a visitor coming into their side. Magna just did a drive-by, but that's where they also do lose one member of their own for the time being, that's for sure, but Kaya is holding on to this UMP, trying to flush them out from the building, but they're on the corners of the longhouse where they're trying to take position, and Kaya just constantly giving off a little bit of pressure before going for revives, and Devon, he will get them clipped up.
Oh boy, for Magna Yura, I think something happened somewhere downstream there. It's definitely not what they want it to be, but for the sort of KE, Devon have been opened up so much space. As the IGL himself, he's bearing the full responsibility, trying to support the team from the back. As Kaya tried to finish off whoever's indoors, and now around the stairs, Devon trying to give a bit of a help, but there's too much fires from the outskirts as well. But KE remains survive, and they barely make it in, they barely have that win, but it's not done yet. We're talking about they might actually be comprised by 2 teams the moment they advance into this the next circle, which can be less than 3 seconds, and hopefully they manage to reset themselves and their resources can get back and restock here.
Yeah, they really have to ensure that they are ready for this fight in between the Valley of Death, where the master of the zone has got to be GE. So far, I guess for the side of Asia, they are going to be lying in wait to see who's going to be moving up towards the hill that they're currently compromising. And HWG really sets up such an area of play. As much as Alpha is going to be right behind the corners of the blue, he should be able to have a safe haven to fall back into his own teammates. GE, though, all they have to do, hold their own ground. HWG having their most impressive performance by far.
I agree. But hopefully it will last long enough till the end of this map. Even though you have such a remarkable run as a start, but it doesn't mean you have a great ending. That's what secures those those points. GE, on the other hand, they do have the low grounds, but at least they have 4 walls to take covers with. But the problem is, they have to deal more than one team here. But that's why they put Zai as the one that will be flanking out to find any sort of information. Just in case somebody tried to rush straight into their compound. PBE tried to split themselves. HWG taking a fight against West Point Mamba, but PBE want to go against Ozja Esports. But the thing is, they didn't spot all the entirety of Ozja Esports right now. Whilst HWG, I think they looted up that airdrop. I'm not sure what they have in their hands right now. But do they even loot it out?
Not too certain about that, but whatever you can find, perhaps that could be put to good use as well. The rest of HWG now finding a member out of West Point Mamba. Michi has to really hold his own for the time being, and he's all alone, by the way. So the parties here, I'm not too sure what it is for the rest of West Point Mamba, because they need to really hold on to position. And for now, Harami Bro will have the final member depleted. That leaves only 7 more teams left alive after Asha crashes out. We thought that they'll be able to get more, but there's just no points in return in the form of frags.
And speaking of which, I think this is the best time for GE to climb up that #1 spot, as YG only remaining with 1 player, and GE is actually on a good run. They secure 4 eliminations, they're nowhere nearby this chaos. Well, that's a nice jump shot by Alpha, finish off the rest of West Point Mamba. Now they have to move forward. They know for a fact they need to get in the center. GE on the end, like you mentioned, they got their center and they got themselves the compound, the only compound to work with. But the problem is, it's a bit on the lower ground side, and these guys, all of them are actually on top of this GE team. PBE, on the other hand, have been sneaking around, and they got themselves 12 eliminations by now. I'm not sure how much they can get, but they're definitely on the right track.
Absolutely, and at PBE, they can even play this one slowly. They still have a lot of all these areas to work with. Even after 15 seconds on the clock, they can slowly make their decision on which areas to crash on. And I'm looking at GE. As much as they have a real estate of their own, it's not really the most well-protected one that they do have. And the only one that's currently in a safer area of the warehouse is going to be that gives them a little bit more of a level playing field. So KE, as much as they are in the shack, I don't think that they do have any form of vehicles that they could basically put to good use. And HWG, this is going to be a long-range warfare in between the valleys here to dictate who actually gets into the final zone.
But what's surprising more of this, FOD, even though they have very multiple unfortunate events, they still have 1 player survive in the top 5. That sort of tenacity come out from FOD. You have to give them so much respect for that. GE, on the other hand, know for a fact that they got covers, but the problem is they don't have the view. On the side of HWG, the moment they step out and just trying to climb down those hills, there's going to be an open space for everybody to shoot them on. And PBE is just waiting for the right time as well. And the best place is, PBE still have inside a circle. They don't even need to budge. On the side of HWG, not so much. We do have 1 player. I think that's going to be FOD, maybe still lurking around at the edge of a circle. But KE, this small shack, can make so much for them. HWG been knocked down on 1. The rest of them still trying to get themselves back up to the feet, but at the same time, they have less than a minute to make the call whether to go towards the other side of the street for KE or just stay in the shack and wait for HWG to come into and rush this space.
I don't think they have many of all these options because they just have to troll in. There's no areas that they basically hide from other than this shack, whereas the rest of PBE, they're on this pursuit. And for what I see right here, final member of FOD still remains to be alive for the time being. Not really spot out by PBE just yet, so they will fixate their eyes onto members of HWG. The only saving grace for KE I do see is for the rest of PBE to pick on members of HWG, and perhaps there will be an opening that they can win the fight.
Now we see smoke up vehicle. We saw that before. And the moment you step down, never mind, Yahiko blown up. That's a great spray for cool. This is amazing. It's just high caliber plays coming up from PBE this time. Feels like they are just rolling. and they just on their best performance ever come out from PBE. Secures 12. They want to get those knockdowns to translate into 1 point. They spotted out another 2 HWG players, but it's just so difficult to land those shots onto them due to the terrain. But the moment they're trying to peek out, that's going to be Raimo and the rest of PBE shooting them down. And the rest of PBE still lurking around and lingering just around the edge of the circle. GE just decided they don't want to be part of this just yet.
Yeah, and this is just picture perfect for the rest of PBE. Sure, Raimo has been knocked down for a second time coming, but cool. He is definitely on the tear. 4 takedowns in this particular match, and he is really stepping up for the team. Of course, everybody's holding their own weight with Troll taking on Tree as well. And there's no way, no absolute clear way that HWG can actually move into a safe area of play. And even despite that, remember, KE is still within that shack. And the moment they step up, this is where they will have to fight.
And lucky enough for KE, now they're down to 2 players. It's easier to deal with HWG for now. They want the access of a circle they have to cut across KE. Whilst KE a bit occupied against none of FOD, but the other, the top, is more than happy. But GE starts to seal this away. They knock it from afar, and Ichi secures that kill on the noses of KE. What a coincidence, but FOD knocks secures Troll. PBE, this is the pain, and finally being shut down. And there's going to be their own teammate to shut down on FOD player. Down to 3, with GE having the most promising numbers at this stage.
And it looks like my prediction is almost perfect for now, but to put my predictions aside, because that play from downtown PBE as well as GE worked in tandem, shuts down the rest of HWG, and now they will be the ones in the battle for the top spot. KE, they're being absolutely zoned away. There's no way that they're stepping into stage 9 being left unscathed. And Raimo, for the 3rd time in a row, he's been knocked down already. 1 point as well. PBE, they're in shambles. And GE, they're rising up. 8 points and more for them as they try to push up to the hill. KE, they've gotten a few more in the back by prying on fallen members of PBE. And this is where KE gets a little bit more room to move about.
Oh, KE, they lasted long enough to be at this stage, but GE takes it away. Flawless run. What a discipline from GE to have all 4 men well and alive. Even secure themselves 8 or maybe 9 elimination on top of that, plus 10 points for this chicken dinner. But PBE, they secure double-digit contract. That's a huge number. This aggressiveness, I miss this PBE, and they are back.
And they have delivered here in the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. And, you know, Genesis, they definitely have been able to work their way up and by the end, nail down the magic numbers to be able to secure this chicken dinner. This whole sector of the region really was about who really controls grounds at GE. They knew they have the biggest of advantages. All they had to do was wait. And you see all these teams slowly running towards their direction, and they've been able to really try on them. Some of the numbers coming from HWG, and of course with most of these members of PBE so occupied to take everybody out, eventually they land the killing blows as well in order to make this their own chicken dinner. So kudos to them. But I think from what you said, PBE, they might even have the numbers to match up against GE here.
Yeah, the only thing that's stopping PBE just now, you have to give credit to FOD now. He's the bane for that team. They didn't see that one coming, and the moment they've been compromised due to FOD knock on one of their flankers down, there's nobody else to cover that particular angle of that player of PBE anymore, and they have to just refocus, readjust the position, back to square one. But close enough, they almost secured themselves a chicken. If they did, there's going to be a huge jump for PBE just now, coming up from 2nd page, maybe even up to 1st page. But GE, where do they stand by the end of the day? Because they are the closest ones to actually take the #1 spot, and they will be playing in the next game.
Yeah, and after what we last saw some of all these games play, West Point Mamba didn't really secure the maximum amount of points that they could possibly get here inside Myanmar, though they did actually start off well. Then you have 5 of Danger today, just absolutely getting stomped by other teams where nothing they do seems to be working at all. And Yangon Galacticos, I guess they get a few picks of their own, but I guess it's a high potential that, like what you said, GE could actually close up to be the ones to be on top of the table right now. So the winds of change is coming, folks. So Choo, I guess the day that I step in is where the day everything goes chaotic, right?
Well, we recalculate what's happening at the back end, right? I'm talking about GE now. This is not the GE that we used to see back in spring season. They are not this aggressive when it comes to the first week. Usually they sort of, they're starting to display this kind of aggressiveness, this kind of action-packed playstyle in the last few days during the league itself, but they managed to secure it during the the championship or the grand finals. But I'm loving this. GE coming out so strong in the first week on the third day. Yes, it's in the middle of the week already. We have 2 more days to go. But this is a good start if they can keep this going. The problem is, I just hope this is not just a one-shot thing. But for PBE, I'm so proud for the Filipinos team right now, because we haven't seen their best yet, and this might be their best run. Yes, we had their chicken yesterday. They had they have quite a high frag as well. Whenever they got themselves close enough to top 3, they have ridiculous amount of those frags. But the thing is, they're just like one shot thing that happened maybe two days once, 3 days once, maybe once a day. If they keep this going, it's going to be really strong team, and we do know they might be in the PMSL in the future.
Yeah, and we definitely want to actually see some of all these names emerging into, you know, the big leagues overall. This league itself have always been this competitive, but of course with so many of all these struggles that certain teams actually go through, I guess it's about high time we actually see a new name rise up to the top, or maybe veteran teams like Yangon Galacticos have still remained to be so competitive throughout the course of these league, or should I just say past 2 days and today so far. Though today may not seem to be the best of showings coming from Yangon Galacticos, they still have something in the bag if they were to actually pull off their cards in the final round.
So if you guys want to know what's the stats going on the other end, you guys have to wait until the last map, because we're gonna head into break, and then only we get to choose to show you guys those stats. But before that, before we're heading into the break, there was a ridiculous run coming up from so many teams. You're talking about the teams that has been quiet yesterday. Now, even the start of the day, they were nowhere near there. And a lot of your predictions coming very late by the day, right? And the case of, I mean, like mine, I just got it on point, man. I got FOD, I got G Enigma, and I scored it. I'm like, I know I'm flawless.
Perfect.
I'm great. Yeah, just perfect for me.
I know it too, Chu.
But at the same time, I do worry for the teams down there, because we do know there will be some team be relegated if they don't make it up by the end of this week. We do have only 16 teams to, you know, advance towards the grand finals. We do have 20 teams, and so far the team that's in the red zone that we can see definitely not budging much is going to be Hyena Ravenwood.
Yeah, I guess like relatively they are new to this whole SEA Wildcard in essence, where there's a lot of learning to be done. And I guess like the pacing that they're being put into, it felt really uncomfortable for the rest of Hyena Ravenwood, though the last we actually saw them was a battle between them as well as Haram Bros. That doesn't do each other any form of favor as well, because currently the positionings as it seemed to be, these two are in the red, and I would say exactly the same for even new names like Here We Go Again, because this team, as much as it showed certain promises, it didn't seem like they have that same level of fight that what we saw coming in from Yangon Galacticos or even GE that's been the veterans here. So I guess like everybody's kind of learning at their own pace, but for them to get outright, they got to make sure they pick it up much faster.
Hopefully they can pick up very fast, because we're heading into our last map of the day after this. But before that, I know you guys are curious and dying to know definitely about the points, but stay tuned with us. We're gonna head into the break and gonna break it down after this. See you guys after this for our last map of day number 3.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these 2 dino mounts, you can even ride them to the primal zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall 2023. My name's Contra, and of course, the ever-perfect Choo here to cast the final round of our Friday night. So today it has been great for many of all these teams. Some teams still looking to struggle for a little bit, but they definitely showed certain signs of improvement of their own. So Choo, we're gonna go into our final round of Myanmar. I guess there's certain expectations now that we are starting to see, some of the top performers that we expected to perform not really showing up for today. And today seems to be a really good day for some other teams.
Save the best for the last, they say. But I don't know, maybe by the end of the week it's going to be a different team entirely taking over the reign in number one spot here, because it has been a very hot day for the players and teams. Nobody can stay that long in number one spot in a day. It's going to be a lot of switching of teams, getting those number 1, 2, 3. There's a bit of a swap when it comes to even the second page here. They are something that's quite consistent, but not consistent as last place, I hope, because that's going to be the case of Hyena Ravens. I know I'm being very critical towards them, but it is what it is. I just wish they really try to push forward, and I'm looking forward for that, because for me personally, I want to see a game or a tournament or a league that don't have that gap too much. Yes, there will be somebody stays and sits at 20th spot, but the thing is, if only the gap is not so big, it feels like there's hope into something. There's a hope that somebody else will be pushed down. But in this case, it's a bit too dominant over the teams that's very veteran. We talked about the teams that we mentioned the entire day, like FOD, like or Esports, GE. It's always the same name. They just keep on, running into our mouth here. But yep, speaking of our stats, we do have. Wait, I'm sorry for that. Speaking of stats, we do have the stats for the last map just now. And it's going to be none other than our MVP in the last match, which is going to be GE Smart. I mean, like, this guy, definitely under the radar all the time. He's one of the best players there is in the wildcard region. And he's also one of the top players last season, too.
Yeah, and not forgetting that all the Justice Esports boys just look mighty fine. I'm pretty sure that, they've been able to have skills to really live up to their own name as well. Smile, despite seeing only 4 eliminations, you constantly see him doing so much, contributing 27% back into the team. And on our final round, these are some of the teams that we'll be keeping our eyes on. PPE have shown up huge back in Myanmar, and they are here to do it once more. GE securing such a huge round earlier with the chicken dinner. I guess if they back one more chicken dinner, they can once again create a huge gap on the rest of the teams.
And also, I just wish we get to see more of that side of PBE, like how we witnessed just now. It was incredible. I love it. I love how smart they play. They don't really be in the center of attention. They play at the sidelines and take advantage of everybody else's misfortunate events. But, back to his misfortunate events, FOD has been running to so many teams early on, but it still secures the top 5.
And overall, I guess, for PBE, they just really know Myanmar like the back of their hands on how to basically coordinate strikes and utilize the terrain to their own advantages, where we saw Cool, Troll, everybody was really nailing down points after point, and GE, all they have to do is really position themselves perfectly into their own stronghold, and eventually it will all close out to their favor. So far, of course, GE in the past round itself walked away with a total of 21 points. PBE, despite finishing on third placing, they have still make it a close matchup against the rest of GE by garnering a total of 19 points, and HWG with a total of 14 to be able to really benefit from the round of Myanmar.
But after no surprise, they're being slowly picked up by a lot of the teams. I think it's like 3 or 5, 6, 7 teams that have been walking right into it. They didn't secure any eliminations due to they're taken by surprise off guard every single time they try to migrate themselves in the new compound. But coming up from KE, I have to say this is a very well balanced team right now in the last map. Kind of got 6 points each for their eliminations and their rank points. But GE breaking the triple digit, only got themselves double chicken for now, but look at their eliminations, 73.
the most aggressive team out there, and they absolutely deserve to be at the top. And we were expecting teams like YG, Raja, and FOD to be the first team to really breach that triple-digit mark, but instead, GE worked really hard for this. So within the second place, all the way up to 7, I guess there will be positional shift by the end of tonight's rounds. But we gotta also take a look at huge leaps of all these points going back in the hands of HWG as well as PBE, just by having great rounds inside Myanmar.
For PBE, this definitely, I have to agree, they push everybody else's down. Them and also HWG, look at how many reps down there, because they're being pushed down by just PBE. What a splendid performance, just incredible at its best. But some teams are not movable for now at 19 and 20th spot. That's going to be Avi and Ravenwood, which is going to be unfortunate, but I just hope really they just make a comeback by end of this week. We have 2 more days to go for this week. I just really feels bad for them, but it's not over yet, because we do have 1 more map to go for today and more maps to go. How many maps? 10 more maps to go for the next couple of days. And speaking of which, it feels like GE is unshakable on number 1, but we might be actually saying it too soon for that.
Yeah, and I guess like there are so many instances where, you know, Myanmar can really shake up the level of competition, just like how we wanted to see a lot more out of FOD. We want to see a lot more coming from YG, and then out of nowhere they crash out early. So I'm giving them a second chance here with my votes, right? So as you can see, I also did include Vipers because now they're back into the game. So want to see them really level the competition up. And of course, before we begin with our matches, check out the new ultimate set that's coming real soon here at Crimson Affiliates that can help you seize victory and really trailblaze everybody that's going to be competing against you here with the ultimate set.
Yep, and this is the set that we haven't seen yet. The FPLT set is gonna be coming up soon, so I'm looking for maybe during the grand finals we finally get to see it. I don't know when it's soon. Is it soon enough? But we definitely already dropped the bomb for you guys, where the bomb consists of a lot of dinosaurs. I do want to mention the Dino Park, but I'm gonna stop myself there. But back to us, you need this in that map. You get me, right? It's gonna be perfect for it as well.
That's right. It's time to chomp, and also for you to run away from dinosaurs, they've included you possibly some of the fastest bikes on Earth. So you can snatch yourself a Ducati Panigale V4S, and you can race your way to victory when this item goes up online. And apparently it's gonna be available already. So make sure you check that one out. And of course, not forgetting our new Royal Pass A series that's currently available. They can save you a lot more UCs for plenty of skins.
Yeah, the Spectre Slayer set, might as well rename it as a Power Rangers set. That's the only thing crossed my mind right now with those colors going on. I mean, like, we don't have a orange Power Rangers, but yeah, it will work if you put it on black on it. But the next one back to is a Dino Crown. I mean, like, why do you keep tossing me this Dino thing? You know, you know I cannot stop talking about the other map. But this is gonna be fun. I don't know. I mean, like, it's supposed to be terrifying, but you find dinosaurs fun, great for you. Lucky enough, we survive in a world that you don't have to deal with dinosaurs anymore. If not, I'm not sure if we do have internet if that happens, you know?
You know, there are theories back in the past that dinosaurs might have actually have feathers or fur, because, like, it's only fossils, right? We don't really know how they exactly look like. But, man, I don't want to know how a T-Rex really looks like, you know? Like, it's already terrifying enough to me. But, of course, this is going to be our fun one. Yeah.
Before that, right, have you ever considered that maybe dinosaurs in this new era, this world right now, is actually a lizard? Because maybe back then human beings are bigger than dinosaurs, so they look like a lizard in those times.
Maybe. Just maybe. I'm not too sure, but imagine if dinosaurs can actually build buildings. Like, that will be pretty interesting. Like, how big will that building be to keep every dinosaur sheltered?
Why would you want to keep dinosaurs sheltered if they're considered as lizard once upon a time? We don't keep okay, some of us do have lizards as pets, so I'm gonna take that back. I'm sorry guys, no offense. But yeah, for our next map, we are heading to our last Miramar of the day. So I mean, like, so far we got GE. I mean, I'm not gonna brag, but I'm still gonna gloat. But yeah, GE, it's mine. But back to the side of FOD, we both had, we both having FOD here, but so far it has not been that map, Miramar, in the last one.
Yeah, not at all. And in fact, today is just not their day at all, right? Like, maybe if there's anything that they can salvage out of it, or maybe it's just this fury, burning passion of theirs to really show themselves up to in the final map and refuse to actually lose out on points, then they will put on their best level performance. I would say exactly the same for YG. Maybe the difference for me is Vipers, where, of course, the 3 teams that you have mentioned would cover on the past game on how good they are in Miramar. It's just a certain situations that didn't really get them the game other than GE, right? So Vipers, I like their playstyle. They know how to play around the terrains, and now that they finally come back into the scene playing a Miramar match, I think like this will be a tough competitor at the very least to those that play here.
I agree. Vipers have been crazy today. I'm talking about crazy good, not crazy bad. But speaking of our next map, we are heading into it very soon. And I do want to see how Vipers plays around this, because so far we do see an improvement coming into Erangel, even in Sunhawk. But it feels like they are in the middle pack right now. They kind of lost when it comes to the last few circles. They just, you know, lost in the massiveness of migration when it comes to 5th and 6th stage.
Yeah, and overall, this is what we really want to see, if they could basically go all the way till the very end. And of course, this is going to be our final match of the night. It's Contra as well as Choo Choo taking you all the way back into Miramar for our Friday night run.
You mentioned about Friday night. What are we doing in Friday night right now?
Spending time together on the mic. It's been a while since we last caught up.
That's kind of true. I mean, it's been a while we talked. But back towards our map here. It's a Friday night feast for the teams up there, but not so much for the teams on the second page. We do have not crazy good, not perfect sort of a flight path, but enough for them to reach towards the side. Maybe up to Hacienda de Patron to find vehicles in case some teams want to drop Campo Militar. But other than that, the other teams that want to drop just nearby this flight path is within their reach. So we're gonna have to wait and see for the circle to pops again. And so far we have very unusual circle. Last time we had it around, where was it again? Around, was it? Yesterday was in Pala. Just now was around, I can't even remember, surprisingly.
Yeah, and I guess like it was around the water treatment area for the
oh yeah, we
circle.
have Northern Circle, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So perhaps this time it might just be moving in towards the south side. So with this flight path, going to the south will be very much feasible for a majority of the teams out there. So we didn't really get much of El Pozo, and finally, on the final round of the night, we will have it set as one of the cities where the zone's gonna be.
I think you ate too much salt, Contra, because the Malaysians say you have salty mouth. Or the circle to drop right on top of Pozo by the end of the day.
Well, I guess like it could be a good thing or a bad thing depending on which team is playing.
Depending on who you will say next. Depending on who you will praise next. That's it. And that's because of not praising teams too much, because we do know we might actually jinx them. But in the case of Contra, I think he will be coming back to us. I just hope he will be back as soon as possible. But right now, you guys are with me, and you guys are stuck with me for now. So bear with me just a tiny bit. So far, we do see a lot of improvement coming up from GE for today. But the Myanmar's taking the reign over the first and second spot, with YG only 1 point away, getting those triple digit, and FOD and West Point Mamba still have a lot of catching up to do. The gap has been widened up because GE taking 110, YG still have 11 point gaps in between that's going to be a long run for the other teams down there. I mean, between these two teams, it's already hard to catch up against each other. But imagine the team starting off maybe even up to the 8th place. The 8th until the 16th place in this chart right now, not the overall ranking board. It's already a huge gap in between. But so far, we don't have early skirmishes. Nobody wants to initiate the first few fights. At least this round has gone better than the last one because the teams just happen to not having too much first blood. But the case of FOD will be the same fate as they discovered in the last one because range from Bro. Joseph knows, but he's still going for it anyway. But the moment he thought there's nobody there, he turns it around. Rage just shot him an FOD, having a bit of difficulty to keep it alive in the first few. And this is going to be a bit of a problem if FOD keep this going because right now they are not in the state or not even in the place where they can easily just give away their blood to somebody else. On the side of Road, is definitely a very good start. Rage secures at 1 point. Very fortunate and very lucky indeed. But Harami Bro, for once, I want them to land themselves a chicken dinner because I want to see this really good logo coming up onto our banner and say, Bros, we got chicken dinner, just for once. But so far, it feels like a bit tough for pros because they are a bit, how do I say, the difference between them and the teams up there is just some small factor, but that factor will be such a big impact for them. Well, back towards the side of APG, the team that we voted for the day. Seems like they are going down the drain as Enigma Cooper shutting out Shroud, which is going to be used to be the players to be a high fragger and also the front line, and now being pushed to support due to Marcus and Exit coming into APG from SKR. And Bros, while they are running, they are gunning down as well. They're going in a very free space and moving as a trio, and as a unit, they're trying to find themselves a good position to start with. Exit on the other end, APG just knows open fire, and that gives away a lot of information. Now being charged in by Bro. Bro is on the hunt. They're trying to go and shut down on Exit. Exit trying to flee. He might jump down, but it's a bit too early because Range tried to secure the other Exit out. They definitely know there's going to be somebody there, but they'll take it out on Exit, and that's going to be the play of APG. Taking 2 down, left with 2 players. Bros, on the other hand, still going in for the hunt. They are crazy good in this last Miramar map. Scored themselves 3 eliminations, not even stage 2, couple of minutes into the game, and they got trying to gun for more. KE next. They're not done with the classical Nemesis arc Nemesis here. And Bro trying to surround KE all around the corner. But Bro, they're trying to play a bit too much this time. A bit too reckless at times because they're now being fired from the back line. Instead, Devon repositioned himself while Imam tried to make sure he can cover the support fire from behind. But KE will not give away their positions willingly as few try to come up from the flank. Going for Devon, if they can shut down on this IGL, they have so much space to really go in for the rush. Well, KE will not give it away easily. They're trying to fight back, but West Point Mamba trying to open fire. This is a very massive Miramar, but I'm loving it. Federal is taking on Sen. Moy is on the ground. I'm not sure how much of the distance they didn't actually shut him off straight away. But for KE, now they reset. They're trying to fight for more. Kaya and Rage exchanging nade around the steep of the hill. Having those slopes to work around. Rage barely can see Kaya right now, but he can take covers for himself for a bit more longer. The rest of Harami Bro is not really happy about this, but at the same time, they decided, you know what, it's not worth investing too much because we do know Bro and KE having sort of a draw for now. It's a tie. But the moment we mentioned it, Kaya starts to fire again. Now, one knockdown come up from Bro. The rest of KE repositioned himself. They got himself this warehouse for the top, but a bit too far from the rest of Bro. I mean, like, guys, yes, I'm alone right now, so yeah, I need you guys to stay with me. I love you guys. It's so sad to be lonely, okay? But we're gonna wait for a contra for a bit. So back to SFKE and Bro. Come on, guys, drop in the comment section who do you think will win this time? Because Bro versus KE is not the first fight of the day, but hey, they're going in it again in the early fights. But the top And Kaya try to reposition himself. The same idea goes through the mind of the bros because they are repositioning themselves in the high grounds, going in the flank. But are they aware for KE? They hop onto their vehicles, the top and Kaya again once more reposition. It's all about the matter of the game of who's gonna outflank who. Welcome back, Contra. I guess it's still not with us. Okay, we have to wait and see. West Point Mamba taking the blue zone for a bit much longer. Same goes for Sin and Vipers. Now, Sin definitely got caught off guard by West Point Mamba early on. They secured 1 point for West Point Mamba. Maybe happen to be sharing the same compound early, but this time they are trying to fly away. Not even fly, they're going to run away from this fight. But for the side of West Point Mamba, going around Junkyard, trying to find an entrance towards the center of the circle might take them a bit more longer time, but I just hope they do have first aids, which they have none right now because the circles happen to be La Cabrera, not the OSs, but hey, close enough. Welcome back, bro.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I guess my mouth is a little bit salty. I have to rinse it, and sorry to leave you hanging. And we talked about Oasis before. It's not too far off, where this is possibly the most difficult circle that we've seen all night long. And for the record, I guess the only thing I missed was just APG crashing out earlier.
No,
and
you're missing a lot.
There's just gonna be a lot more things that's gonna be happening later on because all these teams, they look safer now, but give them 2 minutes and you see more of them being sent off.
Yeah, but speaking of which, FOD had the same fate like they did before. I'm just gonna fill in the blanks for Control right now, guys, so keep calm for me because nothing is happening right now. You saw the circle just hard shift towards the north all the way, right? There's no choice for the players except for just, you know what, hop onto those vehicles. Even though we are fighting just now, we have to put it a pause because right now the blue zone, nobody can kill the blue zone, so it's best to run away from it.
Yeah, it looks like both of my predictions are going up against each other. YG, they should have the upper hand right now with the high grounds that they're at, and they will slowly tag up on towards the rest of FOD. One more crack grenade, and I don't think that they're getting out of this one alive. There we go, John being knocked yet again. Loki to secure the final tap as they sprint away. FOD loses only one.
Vipers, on the other hand, the J is bleeding out, but Rain trying to do some redemption to his side of Hyena Ravenclaw. But some grenades being dropped on the side of TGOA. Happen to be face to face against Sinclair on the ground, finish off in an instant. But they do have MH still bleeding out on the ground, but problem is
getting.
Yeah. You okay?
Sorry about that. My headset bugged out for a moment.
Okay,
Didn't
no
mean
problem.
to cut you off midsection. So there we go. Another of my prediction might have actually gone wrong. Vipers on the zone as well. And Ravenwood tries to step up to the plate, but will be tagged out. Kimmy, Lone Ranger on top of the hill, will not have any form of rescue because Harley's having a struggle of their own. Maybe she's not going to be able to actually trade back against Vipers as well. Not in the best of positions for both teams. So I guess Vipers, all they have to do is just move forward.
How to move forward? If forward is too far from reach, we're talking about north, really north circle. Kimmy bleeding out. Baby want to save his teammate, her teammate, but at the same time, she needs to save herself. She barely got enough to keep on going. Level 1 vest, level 1 helmet, and nothing else than that. But Crater Field still comprised inside of a circle. La Cabrera is this. We do have GE again inside the center of the circle with the rest of the team like Magna and even West Point Mama taking on the right side. But we do have Ravenwood just too far behind.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they could even get out of the blue zone at the moment. Meanwhile, West Point Mamba pushing up forward. They were going to meet up with the rest of CFO. CFO defense, drops the nade, finds Gerald, and Gerald will need to have a little bit more numbers by his side. And at the same time, G-Lab slowly pushing up ahead, and this is where CFU, they might be sandwiched in between, but the trades are looking pretty good in favor of the side of West Point Mamba, but not going to be for long. G-Lab slowly setting into position, and more grenades are being tossed right in. Federalis holding a high point of attack, but how long can they hold on for?
As per Mamba, on the other hand, if they're not being careful, there's so many teams want their blood right now. Megs opens the door and says hello, but barely making out. Michi coming out from the back. I love this duo. Michi and Megs is back again with Federers coming. It's going to be spicy, but Megs is back on the ground. Michi trying to help him up, but Federales, see this? But he got caught. It's going to be roll my Aaron with those DBS. Caught Federales off guard. Aaron almost clutched the entire team of West Point Mamba.
And all 4 stays alive. It's due to the heroics of Michi and the wrath of that DBS almost slaughtered off the Slytherins and the West Point Mamba. They need to quickly go for that reset because Game Labs, they're trailing right upon him. And meanwhile, TGOA, they are going to be in a little bit of a predicament with shots being fired from the side of YG. But they're going to deplete off at least one member, taking down Andrew, and YG finds himself 5. But they are still not in the clear as they move into the direction and being tagged from above. It's Loki.
Alright, it's Loki as per usual. This is the map that he is the king. But will he be the prince if somebody else taken the place and space from him? Loki with a minute 14. Just incredible yesterday, and he's doing it again. Koopa, on the other hand, within a swift manner, Vipers is just gonna demolish them, but what a spin on that buggy!
Oh my, and the tire pop mid area as well, and thankfully he moves down towards the heels, but Caps, he's gonna have to hold this on alongside with Spooky. Vipers down on the ambush. The grenades are flying right in. JJ's got a little bit of a micro Uzi action going on, though his members did get clipped. He will be depleted with the grenade. Now, 1 versus 1. Who's it gonna be? Is it Rain or Caps that will be able to hold out? The resets are going right through as Vipers are hoping to have strength in numbers, but Caps is pushing forward, not giving him time, and time is of the essence. And with 1 HP left, 1 bullet in the tank, Caps, he's done it.
And as for Hyena Ravenwood, she lasted long enough for Baby, even got herself a couple of eliminations in the last minute. Valiant effort, but it's gonna be tomorrow. We get to see the rise up of the Hyena Ravenwood. Back on the side of Harame Bro, seems like they got themselves a compound to work with. Even though they fought against KE early on, they decided to part ways this time. But Magna again spotted out West Point Mamba on top of those hills. Boy are being super careful. They know for a fact they don't want to give away the positions. They have to know when exactly the exact timing for them to actually shot out those bullets. But Romeo boy, I think he's pretty low with those first 8. He's asking for Andrew for more. He needs more, but the blue zone is not giving him enough time to reset. He needs to hop back into those vehicles. This is stage number 4. 1% of HP will be deducted per second. So you don't want to eat those blues too long.
Yeah, I think you just gotta keep moving and perhaps leave that member of TGOAB. They will still be able to keep eyes on them as Cute Loki has been locking into that position. And even if you don't, there's not much that these guys can actually do within the crater fields. Speaking of which, I think it's just basically rally onwards and eventually just clump up where the top, he's shooting all the way from down under and GE. Gonna find one. Meanwhile, Andrew getting tagged up, but it won't be a kill just yet for some of all these players out there.
Loki plays and finish off on Nomura. Surely enough, Loki thought he had it just now. Close enough. But for the side of Andrew, he'll be pick up a Loki. He's got himself 4. I'm not surprised YG just love this map so much. It just feels like they are really comfortable with those high grounds, but imagine if the circle ended up where it will end up in low grounds instead. It's going to be a really difficult task for a side of YG, since the main potential in the Miramar is going to be those high grounds. But we do have KE now, might crash into YG since the top feels like they're moving the same direction, but maybe they're just going to part ways for now. Yep, they're separating their ways into 11 right. YG Andrew didn't manage to heal himself back up due to the placer is just too close near him just now.
Yeah, at least they steer away from danger for now. They can probably get all these form of problems being sorted out, as all the boosters will need to be distributed to keep themselves running in the game. And just like what we mentioned early on, right? Like, some of all these teams sure have their bad days and good days, and YG on this fair final round really stepping up to what they were known for, playing very aggressive inside of Myanmar, and now sitting with 7 points out there with West Point Mamba closing in with 5. It's a lot of work still as we are heading into the next form of stage, and from this North Point onwards, there's a lot of bare lands that won't be playable if you're going on foot. So most of these teams will need to be either within those buildings or have vehicles of their own, which is why we're seeing this standstill happening for majority of the teams. So GE now sees the new circle, will decide where exactly to run in, and they're thinking perhaps the best form of decision is to move directly into the city of La Cabrera.
Well, I am not a big fan of city fights, but if there's high grounds, even though they're barely making into the center, G-Lab get to use what best for them right now, which is going to be a very wide angle to play with. Whilst for the side of G-Lab, reposition himself to high grounds, not get cutting straight into the center. What is actually the recipe and the secret sauce of winning chicken dinner in Murama? If you notice, everybody else who got themselves in the center, except for that GE case, right? Because there's nothing else, there's no high grounds around the last compound they had. So this time they do have those heals inside of those circles still. So if they want to go, so they can for G-Lab, and it's just a perfect spot for them to get those kills.
Yeah, unless if it moves further into the city, then you will have the teams that are on the south side of La Cabrera to be keeping watch up on the hills. So for now, Game Labs definitely have things going for them that's going to be working well until YG arrives, and that is where pressure starts to sit in. This is going to be a little bit of a predicament for Game Labs the moment that the rest of Yangon Galacticos tries to compromise their position.
G-Lab quite spread out, while West Point Mamba clustered into one very particular building. While waiting, G-Lab knows for a fact there's going to be more than one team here eyeing them out. It's going to be next to their contender, YG. Climbing up those hills, and Loki spotted out the top, and Loki is ruthless. We're talking about him getting those Mini 14 to work, and it's just putting so much bullet into these guys. But G-Lab realized, you know what, we're not going high enough. We need to get higher points more. But now being distracted to a side of GE, what they should be worried about their next opening, just next to them, their neighbors, which could be YG. And there's going to be another team coming by. It's going to be 3 teams on those hills.
Yeah, I guess that they really don't want to be way too occupied by taking each other out just yet, because there are still a lot of all these teams that can look within the top of the hills from the city itself. Whereas the citizens of La Cabrera doesn't seem like they can actually find an opening pick against each other yet, because there's just a lot of distance between one compound to another, and of course many of all these walls giving them enough of that cover. So it is going to be in a stiff situation until we do approach perhaps stage 7, where majority of the battles will be concluding by then to seek out the top 5. So YG, once again, great preparation. They take this time out just to see what exactly needs to be executed, while they still have 10 more seconds on the clock to make the next decision. Whereas the rest of Game Labs, surely they're just going to be over on the top side of the hill until they need to move for now. But YG knows they're not going to be able to get the circle from here, so they will reposition further into the west side.
A circle speaks for itself. It's right in the center of the city, where there's so many buildings in between. We might actually have a very long ending here, Contra, because we do know there's so many angles for these guys to take covers from. Just waiting indoors instead of just peeking out. Maybe just put one player to be the watchman outside. It's more than enough for them to gain information about what's happening around them. But YG on the other hand, not willing to get down from these hills just yet, because G-Lab is very close by. I'm still waiting for them to actually manage to score one on G-Lab. Well, G-Lab, if they're not being aware of this, they should be, because this is just too close for comfort right now.
Yeah, and they're just basically snuck tight right under, waiting for the next zone to cut across it. But damage is now being done towards the side of Loki. YG being spotted out, and this is not really the best time to actually be on a multi-targeted fight. YG treading very much with caution here. This Loki needs to also look after his buggy, because once that depletes, their way in is not going to be easy at all. Shots through the smoke, hoping to find YG, and that's basically coming from Nang as well. Oh, they're just gonna book it. YG, they're calling it, and let's see if they could actually make it to the town.
I'm not sure about this right now, because it feels like they're splitting their decisions into two parts, with Romo Boy still taking the high grounds. They barely make it in. There's a couple of crates and pits for them to work around the G-Lab area. But the thing is, they can't see a thing over the other side. They want to drop those nades, but which crit you're aiming for? How further are they? Newbie score on one, Andrew, but Magna Labo spotted out G-Lab. Now they walk themselves in a trap. They are outside, no walls, only couple of vegetations in between, and the terrain will be their savior here. But GE taking the fight against YG. Both teams actually being gunned down by the teams indoors, and YG obliterated within seconds, and G-Lab did the job done.
Wow, and it was opened up with a random grenade without vision, like you said, right? That actually deterred them from even moving anywhere, especially with their vehicles all burned up, and shots being fired from downtown. It's not really the best position for YG to be, but despite all of that, this was a huge round for YG still, despite crashing out on 9th place. So positioning points, it's going to be absolutely nil, because they don't even make it into the top 8. As for G-Labs, now coast is clear, and they could basically play all day from the southern terrains, but inside of the city, it's a little bit of a snooze fest, what we're seeing here. Other than Magna firing some shots, I don't think it's going to be connecting to anybody just yet. So this is going to take a while, like you said.
But G is playing the same game like how they did just now. They're just going to keep it quiet. Very disciplined players. Very tempting to actually open fire from their distance. They can see everything. They heard all those shots, those audio cues. They know what's happening outside. But they know for a fact if they just picking out too early, they will be just going down the drain. They might actually lose their number 1 spot. But hey, West Point Mamba still have a lot of catching up to do. Even though they are full squad, YG, their next contender, is gone. So GE, all they need to do is just maintain here, just not doing anything while waiting the others to fight first, and they still can actually secure that number 1 spot for the entire day. I'm not sure for how much longer, because every day we do have different contenders for that number 1 spot. But on the side of Harame, bro, they spotted out GE. If GE being ambushed 2 sides at a time, including Falcon and Enigma just around their corner, that's going to be a problem for GE to hold their fortress strong.
Yeah, it definitely will be very problematic later on when every other team will be storming right in. Where over onto the south gates, though, there's a little bit of that open spacing, which will still be pretty challenging for the rest of Game Labs to be able to find a safe compound for themselves. But other than that, I just think that this is not really going to be in a perfect position to be, where GE, they found more! And just like that, the bros, they just got obliterated.
And we thought the bros had it going, but G is smarter than that. They actually think 10 steps ahead from the rest of all the other teams, and now they caught G-Lab even. Dragons on the ground, while the rest of G-Lab want to start to move and get themselves repositioned towards where GE is standing, but it will not be easy, as GE has been standing and guarding all this while. Now Kai almost... oh, never mind. He's finally being knocked down by the side of Falcon. And never mind. It's going to be West Point Mamba. Falcon fighting another team. FOD being eliminated next. We're down to 6 teams in a flash. And speaking of GE, they try to widen up their space here. Look at how Master Smile going forward, taking the lead and open up the space for the rest of the team just to clear out the spaces and corners and give so much intel towards the rest of the roster.
Yeah, they're in an absolute control right now. There's not going to be much that could be able to stop them on their tracks for the time being, but they gotta really make sure that there's every single compound being checked, as well as they advance forward, where Game Labs, they may have actually sent a few members forward, and now having one being knocked down, Magna has been able to at least play a very solid game so far. All 4 still left alive, but how long can we be able to hold on for now? Because there is a cluster of teams, GE as well as Falcon, that's going to be moving up ahead against them as they are smack dab in the center into this territory. So it's all about the close compound fight. If they can find a DBS right now, hey, maybe it will work out.
If only, but that nade is more than a DBS right now. Cloud managed to knock one on Enigma, and this is not great, but Falcon going in for the rush. They're gonna go and sweep the floor clean, but they are caught off guard. Those smokes just blinded their way in, and Spooky makes such a big play by himself. He's clutching it alone. 1v3, no problem. Spooky is not spooked, but he's scaring all the Falcons away. And Cloud is just 1 HP down. 1 HP to go, and Spooky clutches one, going around the corners, just around the wall. But Spooky, he got back indoors. That was so close, but he secures 2 out of 3 just now. All he needs to do is just drop one more nade against a team that is trying to shut them down, which can be Falcon.
That was just literally 1 HP, but he knows that there is going to be a tight corner for him to check, and he did take his precaution to instead secure 2 more points before going in for that battle. Smart call, because that was DBS in hand. Meanwhile, GE still holding on to the school areas, whereas fights taking place all over the place where WPM have been able to find one more knock. A little bit more of a spread formation coming in from WPM, but they do have elevated grounds for them to work with. And now Magna shut off from play, 1 player down. I think that Magna, they just got to turtle in despite them being in the center stage. Whereas G-Labs, it's impressive of how they've been able to survive so long moving into the city by driving right past all these players in game lab. Despite having to, Seiko will still be needed by Smokey. And yes, he made the clutch happen.
This is insane from Enigma. Spooky's just incredible fight against 3 players of Falcon. And he calculated everything perfectly. Same goes for GE. It's just a toss over the street again. And GE shuts down Enigma smart shot call victory. But GE on that end spreading out. They heard the fires coming out from West Point Mamba, who's going for Magna for now. G-Lab stays quiet, but Master Ichi will discover it in a short minute. But Federal is trying to give support for the rest of the team. They're going in for the rush towards Magna's side. But GE, they have West Point Mamba to deal with because they have 1 flanker. But Labo, he's ready. He finished off 1 player straight, and Magna will not go down easily.
Yeah, and boy, he really have to hold on to this. The push is imminent, but he will be able to salvage at least 1 more player. Michi holding onto that DBS, looking to advance forward, and he will land those blows again. Knocking him down, and Magna will not survive. They make it in the top 4, but now down to the top 3. Michi, the moment he sets foot out that door, he will be taken out cold. GE, with the most members remaining, will stand against the rest and will secure a back-to-back chicken dinner to close out the night.
My oh my, what a strong presence of GE in this very dry map of Miramar. Back-to-back chicken, maybe even a double-digit eliminations. How much did they score? Definitely abundant of eliminations. But GE, they are not swayed by all those fires around them. They stayed there. They were disciplined enough to know the perfect timing to engage. And they cannot be even more stronger than this because they got the #1 spot by the end of the day with a huge gap in between since YG being eliminated early.
Yeah, and you can basically call them the kings of the north. Both of these chicken dinners in Miramar were from that north point. One across the high hills of water treatment, and of course, this time being in La Cabrera, one of the most difficult cities to play out, and they still prevail. And it's surprising to actually see how they've been able to sustain, keep every member alive. And this time, the one that showed up huge was West Parry here with 5 total eliminations. And he's been so sharp that almost every single damage output that he puts out will confirm the kill.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're playing smart for West and the entirety of GE. What a great team. It was a flawless run again from them, with all 4 men still standing and running till the end of it. That's just how good their team play is right now. They didn't travel as much. They got the center of the circle. They know this map. Every fundamentals, they got it so strong. they know exactly how to play the center of the circle, where the other teams are thriving and still struggle to make sure they survive, but they hold their position strong.
Yeah, and like you said, GE is just having the best impressive track record in one of the most difficult maps that there is. Well, of course, I get to catch up with some of the things that I did miss out, some of all these early pickings, but majority of the case, it's really about how all these teams have been able to traverse into the North Point, and then all these fights were really hand-to-hand combat almost on how close it gets. But West Point Mamba, it was really down to VG that really saved the day, and that really lasted them till the very end of the round. So that's good going for one side of West Point Mamba.
I mean, like the teams that we do know that have very strong presence when it comes to Norma is GE, is West Point Mamba. FOD surprisingly having really tough luck here today. They almost had the same sort of fate as they did in last map, but Magna, I'm waiting for this for the longest time. Magna, they do have the firepower. It's all down to the timing and just about teamwork. It's all about moving as a unit, that is. But they do have 12 eliminations. I mean, like, the gap is definitely significant by the end of the day here, Contra.
Yeah, absolutely. With plenty of points secured from past round, and now they're adding another 22. I won't be surprised that by the end of another week, you know, like, they might just emerge to have, you know, if you tell up all the points, it's probably more than 200 if they can keep this consistency going for them. Whereas 2 times in a row, West Point Mamba really did show up pretty strong inside Myanmar as well. And then Enigma, so far, getting themselves 12 points apiece, securing a top 3 finish. And then significant day for G-Lab, as today they've walked out with a chicken dinner of their own and ending the day with another 10-pointer. So I think even despite them, you know, having struggles for the past couple of days, they're really rising up to the occasion.
And I have to say, GE ending the day with a very high note, singers for G-Lab, but at first we thought you call as individual, you can call Loki as the king of Miroma, but for GE with 2 same maps back to back here today, this team definitely kings of Mirama for now. There's nobody can defeat them. The way they played, it was just so remarkable, so clean. Back to us side of overall ranking board of the week. We do have the gap now widened up more than 20 points here between GE and YG, but definitely both teams coming up from Myanmar is super strong in this wildcard region.
Yeah, exactly so, and we're looking at least a huge gap being created here, a total of about 25 points to separate number 1 as well as number 2. And finally, with West Point Mamba joining the triple-digit club, we also do have Austria Esports as well as 5 of Danger to still be within the grasp of contention. But today, you can already tell that it wasn't a good day at all for FOD. They crashed out in all 5 games very, very early on. So they really got to go back to the drafting board to really figure things out. But Enigma, they're slowly emerging to challenge the top 5.
Back to our second page, Vipers today has been they're kind of maintaining number 1 in the second page, which we call it number 1 and second page with 11 plays here. But for G-Lab, I'm loving how they push themselves from bottom up. We're talking about the start of the day, they were somewhere nearby 18, 19, 20th spot, right? They're around down there, but they pushed so high up today. And it was a consistent performance for the entire day here for them.
Yeah, end of the day, it's a league that they will have to play, and this is the stamina that Game Labs have been showing us throughout the course of their run, winning a round of their own and also finding their way into top 5 positions. This is just pure massive hard work coming from the Filipino squad, but today, no other team have been able to top GE's performance. Look at them. Number 1 on the charts of everything that there is, from total limbs, damage, survival time, as well as a top 5 finishing.
But we do have also the closest contender, which is going to be West Point Mamba and YG. But YG don't have for the top 5 rate because they might be having a bit of problem in certain map. But West Point Mamba are quite consistent overall, and same goes for Austria Esports. They are popping everywhere here. And we mentioned the same names over and over again, but FO didn't pop as much as we hoped for them today.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping to actually see them getting back on track because till day one, day two, they were having their names written all over the board, but now it's starting to slip away where today they didn't really manage to reach top 5 in any form of map. So I guess they hold on to past records, but who can complain, right? When GE is just looking this good, you have 3 out of 4 of their members here on the MVP race.
And everybody else that happened to be here yesterday now being pushed down, including Axel, including Loki, including whoever else that is supposed to be out there, nowhere to be seen anymore. The only person that's not up here is gonna be Zai, and that's it. He's always the support player, the flanker, who open up so much space and angles for the team to make this happen. But Federal is still squeezed in. I mean, like, Federal is, nobody can deny that he deserved to be here. He'd been incredible as a team player and as a solo player. But Smile, he got himself second yesterday, now climbing up to first place. This is just, I don't know if they're gonna keep this going for tomorrow.
Hopefully so, and we'll definitely keep our taps opened up for all these teams that have been playing for today. But incredible run. GE, I think they couldn't really ask for more on how well the later stages of the day actually went for them. On Erangel as well as Sanhok, I guess that's where they really have to perfect it, to say the very least, because Myanmar, if you're consistently being number 1, you have done everything right. I don't think that they should have all too much to fix because Alpha member stays alive. Every single fight they take, they won. And that's the same sort of formulation that they need to implement in these other maps that they play.
At the same time, if you focus and can master on one particular map, why not, right? Because we're going to play a lot of Miramar for the next couple of days, and Miramar is not like Sunhawk. You get to play it once per day, and you play double Miramar as much as you play Erangel for the day. So I mean, like, if they can just really craft it out and just focus on one map, and they just get these kind of crazy numbers going up, why not? That's what they've been doing for the entire day. You saw how confident they were trying to hold those maps in the center by themselves. And it's not an easy thing to do, especially if you're being surrounded by heavy hitters team.
Yeah, and this is definitely the crazy part of it. Not only are they aggressive, but they definitely have great solid defensive setups of their own that everybody's really covering for each other and really took point in order to really sustain for the entirety of the squad. And that's what we want to see out of all the teams that are participating, to be able to put the same level playing field that GE has set up to really close off a perfect Friday night run for them with that double chicken dinner. So I guess it's done and dusted, Choo-Choo. We've wrapped up Friday, so there's going to be more for our weekend.
Now, speaking of closing off, and this is going to be our last, just now was our last match, and that's it for today, guys. We're done now. Go enjoy your Friday night, but before that, we're going to get our dinners, right? We didn't get our dinner yet. So, see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, just at your home, your phone, or nothing else with your device. I'll be with Aaron or Contra tomorrow again. So, thank you guys for today, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.